Hello. So actually, I'm back again. I heard that actually you have not heard me in the previous live stream, so I'm back. My name is Christian Lim. I am actually, Columbia head coach. Actually, serving as a judge for Mid Central and North Central Central Division, as well as the Southern California. And then I'm actually quite enthusiastic. I guess, supporter and evangelist of ICPC community. And we have an excellent array of speakers today, including Tony Logar and Jay Leeds, also known as Geothermal. And our very first the interview, or let's say conversation, will start at 1:30. So until then, stay tuned for submissions, and you actually see a number of submissions that are coming through. So I'll definitely keep an eye on it. But we'll be back, let's say, in about 25 minutes or so to start the excellent, I guess, conversation. So actually, you do see a first submission coming from Madison, Gryffindor, so with K, and let's continue watching. Yeah. All right. I'll be back. All right, so we are back with more, exciting motions. You can see them in the scoreboard. What you notice is in the mid-central region, we have a bunch of submissions actually at this point. You see, actually, let me double check on the scoreboard to make sure that we have a bunch of submissions at the very, very top. We have about 29 submissions on the mid-central, and so let me double check on what problems are being solved right now. So we see the very, very top team, leading with 3 problems. There are 2 teams that has that, so Chicago and UIUC. And then you have a bunch of 2s and bunch of 1s, followed by no submissions yet. So this is to be expected. And you see, let's see what the NCNA scoreboard looks like. Seems similar. We have actually, oh no, actually we have a bunch of teams that solved one questions, and then some teams that have solved one sort. Well, I guess 7 teams with one, and then some teams with 0. So that's what we see there. And then finally, let's take a look at RMC. Where are they? So the RMC scoreboard you see has, let's check. Let me make sure that you can see them. Yeah, so the RMC, wait one moment. Yeah, so the Rocky Mountain scoreboard, what you notice is there are a couple of submissions with 2s and 1s and 0s. Yeah, so I guess this is nominal. This is what you actually truly expect. Although, what you notice is actually there's some teams with, actually wrong submissions and so on, and that's nominal for the first 20 to 30 minutes of the contest. So actually, I do not think this is actually anything from typical normal situations. So yeah, let's stay put and watch the scoreboard, and I'll be back in about 20 minutes to do the first rounds of conversation. So stay tuned. And, ah, so now what you notice is actually a scoreboard for all 3 regionals within the division. So North Central, Mid Central, and Rocky Mountain. You see them in the right side of the screen. So what you, for example, notice is, let's say, North Central, we have submissions from one team that actually got accepted, and then you have a Mid Central that have 4 submissions in the queue, and Rocky Mountain with 4 submissions in the queue. So you see a bunch of submissions that are coming through in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the contest. That is actually to be expected. And then what you notice, throughout the contest will be towards the middle of the contest, you'll see some slowdowns. And towards the end of the contest, typically, what you'll see is maybe 1 or 2 submissions that's going to actually determine the true top teams. So that's actually to be expected. And what you actually noticed in the, oh wow, so when you look at the scoreboard for the Mid Central, let me see if I can actually present it to you. You actually see that one team solving 5 and one team solving 4. So with the, how many problems do we have? We have 15 problems in the Mid Central, and then we already have 5 solves in just about 10 minutes into the contest. So that's what you noticed. And then in the North Central, 1 solves so far, and then in the Mid Central, no, actually we were just on the Mid Central. Let me see what the Rocky Mountain is. Rocky Mountain has 2 solves at the moment. So yeah, that's what you notice. Actually, we'll flip through and show you the scoreboard of the remaining regionals, so you can actually see them in the current standings. And what you also see is in this ICPC Live, you will be able to see the live standings. Actually, let me put it on the chat so that everybody can see it. So Rocky Mountain, and this is for the north central, and then finally you have one for the mid central. So yeah, I guess the among them, it's very clear to me at least that the mid central scoreboard is moving really fast with a lot of submissions trickling. So I guess so far, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's actually too deviant from what we actually should expect. And what you actually, for example, see is that first problem A and problem O is a fairly simple problem, and you can see that by sorting through the scoreboard. And let me actually make sure that you can see the scoreboard. So yeah, you'll see them when I show it to you. You'll convince yourself that, oh, problem A and problem O, the one in the either end of the problem set, is actually the easiest one. And you'll see them coming soon. So I guess another thing is if you want to take a look at the problem set, you should be able to get it from that link that I shared in the chat. So yeah, please take a look at some of the problems and familiarize yourself with the problem statements. And soon when we have as team speakers to join us, I'll make sure to introduce them to you. And in addition, we'll make sure to go through some problems so that you have a good sense of how to solve them. But for now, definitely take a look at the problems and then browse through them. And then we will come back in just about 15 minutes to do the conversation with our very first guest speaker. So I'll be back and stay tuned. Yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm back. And then we'll take a look at the scoreboard here. So what you notice right now in the scoreboard for North Central, we see that at the very, very top, you have a team that solved, um, let's see, uh, one question here. And let's see. Yep, and that's what you see. And you have let's go and take a look at the Mid Central's scoreboard. What do they have? They solved the 7 questions at the very top level. And then what you notice is actually color coded. And I think this is a work by Lydia, who is actually helping us in the background. So the North Central is color coded with blue, Mid Central with yellow, and then Rocky Mountain with red. And then what you notice is in this Mid Central scoreboard, at the very top we have 7 solves from Chicago, and then 5 solves from Illinois and Vanderbilt, followed by some 4 solves from UIC, and so on. And I guess what you notice is therefore there are 15 problems. You can consider that maybe in a maybe in the first half of the problem set, maybe it's in the easier side. That's why you see that in the first 20 minutes of the contest, you see a lot of people solving a lot of questions, and perhaps that's nominal. And then let's take a look at the Rocky Mountains scoreboard. In that one, you have 3 solves, and then we have 13 questions in total, JKLM. And in this problem, in the Rocky Mountain, you see Alberta leading the pack, very closely tied up with the Brigham Young University at 3 solves, and Colorado School of Mines at 3 solves as well. Like what you notice is the top 3 solves are differ by a time penalty of 1 minute and 4 minutes. So they can actually, just by solving additional questions, we will be able to. They're like the trailing 10 can actually like become number 1 at any point. So you'll see them. There's a common pattern at the very, very top level at the very beginning of the contest, and yeah. So the if you go back to the Mid Central, I'll tell you one peculiarity. Perhaps let's see. Yeah, the scoreboard is actually changed to Mid Central, and then we have 15 problems, and just in about 23 or 24 minutes into the contest, you see 7 out of 15 problems solved at the very, very top. And then like what you also should notice is number of teams in this contest is just about 80 some teams, and then there are some teams that haven't actually solved any questions yet, so they're getting used to the system, and I'm sure they'll catch up. And what I can tell you is they have practiced. I've actually personally known some of the students. They've put their soul and life into this, and this is actually quite exciting to watch, because you see, as a judge and problem setters, your problems are being solved by one of let's say top contestants from the central regions of the North America. And to give you some context into how the divisions are divided, we have now in North America 4 divisions. There's East Division, West Division, Central Division, and the South Division. And then we are starting with the Central Division today, and tomorrow East Division, and next Saturday we will have a contest from the West Division as well as South Division. So it's a divisional contest, and within the Central Division, there are 3 distinct regionals that are combined to compete together in the same day. So we have North Central, Mid Central, and Rocky Mountain. And North Central is the, I guess, region led by Simanto Mitra. He's actually regional contest director with Chuck Riddesall, or Charles Riddesall, being the deputy regional contest director. So you'll see both of them later today that I'll be interviewing them in this live stream. So definitely do not miss. And with that, we have also Jeff Ifland, who is a chief judge for North Central. So that's actually here color coded in blue. And let me make sure to show you the scoreboard for that in the meantime. And yeah, so you see that the North Central at the right top, the scoreboard is changed, and you see the scoreboard for them. And now let me introduce the Mid Central. So Mid Central is in the region where regional contest director is Edward Corwin. Typically, we call him Ed Corwin. And I guess in that region, he's the regional contest director. And then Rachel Crone is deputy regional contest director. And then chief judge is Jingbo Shang from University of California, San Diego. And I am one of the judge for them, as well as, I guess, Etienne Fuga. Actually, towards the end, volunteered to help us as well. So we have two judges that are working in the Mid Central. And now, one more thing to add on here is I am serving as a judge for North Central as well. So I had the pleasure to, basically propose some problems in this very contest that people are solving, which I feel quite fortunate and an honor to. And then Simanto, I want to also say, he's always quite supportive of everything I do, and I would like to use this opportunity to really thank him for making that possible. And also, most absolutely, Ed as well as Tony are true blessing in my life for supporting all things and everything I do. And I think that this very live stream that I'm able to do today, I won't be able to do it without their support. So I would like to really hugely thank them for having me be able to run this thing. And then finally, I want to also introduce the Rocky Mountain, of course. It's actually color coded by red. And here, what you notice, so I just actually switched the scoreboard to red. This one is read by Warren McLavoy. Oh no, McEnvoy. Sorry. And then he's the regional contest director, and then the deputy is Ram Bassnett, and chief judge is Howard. And then actually the Rocky Mountain has a lot of judges. I can actually list them all. Give me one moment. Actually, the list is quite long, so I don't remember them all. But to not make a mistake, let me look at them. One moment. Yeah. So the some of the judges, I'll just read one by one that helped to create this contest for the Rocky Mountain. Darcy Best, Howard Chang, the chief judge, Ian Dehan, Ryan Farrell, Zachary Frickstad, Yosuke Mizutani, Larry Sorensen, Josh Taylor, Nick O, and Charlie Zhang. Some of them are actually like a chief judge from different regions. For example, Nick O is a chief judge for Pacific Northwest. And then also I want to point out that Zachary Frickstad has served as North America programming camps chief trainer for past number of years. So yeah, I guess with that being said, let's actually make sure that we can invite the guests to join us. So I'll be back in a minute, but stay tuned for our very exciting first conversation about to unfold. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, everyone. actually, one moment. Let's try this. We'll get it done. Okay. All right. So can you all hear me now? One more check before I go. Sorry. Cool. So I heard that we are here with a sound. So I guess third time is a charm, yeah. Okay. So we have a Benjamin Reed here, patiently waiting in the background while trying to actually fix the audio situation. So Ben, would you like to actually speak to make sure that you're on as well?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Mic
Does that
test.
work?
Ben sound coming just fine. Can we get a confirmation from the background? Please say yes. Yes. Oh. Uh, One moment.
Sure.
Yep. Good. Okay. So we got a good. Okay. We have a Lydia patiently helping us in the background as well. And yeah, I guess I'm doing it for the first time, so bear with me as I get used to this system. But I will get there. I think I got there actually. The third time is a charm. So let's go. Ben, we are very excited to have you for sure. It took me about 10 minutes or so to fix this, but let's start from the very, very beginning if you can. So first of all, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, thanks for having me,
Absolutely.
Christian. Yeah, so my name is Ben Reed. I'm a professor at San Jose State University. I've been there for 6 years. Before that, I was at a lot of internet companies. I was at IBM. It's not really internet. Oh, and I was also at Sears. but the last years I was at Yahoo and Facebook. So yeah, so I've been at SJSU for 6 years, and I started the programming team here in 2018. Um, when I was an undergrad many years ago, I was on the programming team, and I really enjoyed it. And I really like how the programming team, these programming competitions inspire students. I think they get to understand the importance of data structures, the importance of some of the more theoretical. We call them theoretical, but they're not really theoretical. They make a big difference in practice. But they can kind of see how these algorithms that we teach them are actually used in practice. So I find it very good.
Cool.
Inspiring.
Yeah. That's exciting. And so, I guess in some sense, can you tell us what actually got you hooked up to this, world of competitive programming or programming contest, or let's say ICPC or International College of
Yeah.
Professionals?
So boy, this is back in late 80s. The late 80s, yeah. So one of the professors at Miami University in Ohio, uh, wanted to participate in a programming contest in Purdue University, and at that time it was 3 to a team. There were three competitors, and we used terminals. I think the languages were Pascal, C, and Fortran, maybe. So yeah, so I signed up. I competed to be on the team, and it was just such it was a great experience. I really liked it. Yeah, and I just saw how it really helps you hone your programming skills, and I also find it very inspiring because you think you're a really good programmer, and then you go to these competitions and you just see the level of some of the other competitors. It's very inspiring because
Hmm.
you can get there too.
Yeah,
So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, so I know that you've been a professor in San Jose State, right? So
yeah. Uh-huh.
one of the things I'm curious about is, I mean, I'm sure we share that ambition in some sense, but what is your goal for, let's say, next 10 to 20 years that you'll be teaching there? Like in the coaching ICPC team there, is your goal to win in the World Finals?
Well, okay, my first goal is nationals. I really want to get to
Okay, cool,
nationals.
cool, yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we did have a team that went to nationals during COVID. Um, COVID was kind of funky though. COVID was really hard for our teams. I think we started in 2018. We were starting to build our team really well, and then COVID hit, and it just we had trouble recruiting, and so we kind of hit a reset with COVID. But yeah, so my first goal is nationals. I
Yeah, yeah,
really
yeah.
want to get to nationals.
Yeah,
Of
yeah. I
course,
mean,
worlds. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
We should be able to get to worlds eventually.
Absolutely. I mean, in some sense, as you know, there's a concept called the let's say curriculum committee that
Mm.
in the ICPC we've actually jointly created, and so maybe you can comment about what ICPC curriculum committee is doing and how you find that one exciting. I mean, in some sense, one of the reasons why we created that is to make sure that we create enough scaffolding for everyone in North America and maybe in the world in the future to actually get the materials that all the students need to really hone their skill set in the problem solving. And so maybe you can
Yeah.
share the
Yeah, yeah,
how
yeah.
has the curriculum committee been helping you and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So it's really one thing I find super helpful is other coaches, like talking to other coaches. When you're at when you're at the competition, like right now, the coaches at the competition in the central area, they're sitting in a room watching the scoreboard,
Yeah.
right? They're just sitting in the room watching. They don't even get to watch their students compete,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of it's a funny environment. You can kind of feel the stress through the walls as you
Yeah.
watch
Yeah.
the.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
but you also have this opportunity to talk to other coaches and kind of
Mm-hmm.
see what they're doing,
Oh yeah.
and
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think that's the thing that I found most helpful from the curriculum committee. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, there's two things. One is um, my area of expertise in computer science is in systems, in building systems, and distributed systems. Um, algorithms, algorithms are important for all areas of computer science, but it's not my strength. So being able to use curriculum
Mm-hmm.
from other coaches, especially for some of the more advanced algorithms that you don't really see very much, but are super helpful.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredibly helpful. And then also learning how to coach teams from other coaches is
Mm-hmm.
also extremely helpful.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Techniques,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
um, the hack is it hack packs? Am I using the term
Yeah,
correctly?
Hackpack from the UCF. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, yeah. So using prepared notes for competitions and practicing with certain algorithms, I think is something I've learned, and
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it's going to help our teams, and it helps me guide
Cool, cool. Yeah, yeah,
our
yeah. I mean,
students.
in some sense, I think I share that tremendous joy with you for the curriculum committee because I think that's where I can learn the most. Because I mean,
Mm,
I feel like I am a relatively new coach actually, right? I've been coaching maybe 2 to 3 years or something. What I notice is like I feel I am more of a apprentice amongst the coaches, right? In the sense
mm,
that there's so much learning opportunity by just talking to other coaches who've been doing it for like 20 plus years, right? So they have some practices they know that work, and some practices they know may not work so well. So learning these things so that we don't have to like venture into doing them ourselves and only to realize it doesn't work. We can save a tremendous amount of time, like shortcut. Maybe not shortcut, but like some gotchas to make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes, right? So learning from
Right, right. Yeah, and it's super helpful for schools like San Jose State that doesn't have a history of programming competitions. We don't have that like institutional knowledge on how to run teams.
Not yet, but you're creating one right now. So
yeah. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. It's going pretty well. Our teams are pretty awesome. We actually since 2018 we've had really good students that step up. We have our training sessions are run by the students mostly. I usually kick off a couple of intro sessions at the beginning, but then it's run by the students, and I think it's really valuable for them to kind of help. Plus, I always tell my students, I can't get to Worlds. I don't have the skills to get to Worlds, so they got to be better than me.
That's right. That sounds just about me because I've never been to Worlds myself. So yeah, we are together.
But I'm sure.
But we can collectively work together to send them to the Worlds.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, and then I guess the other portion maybe is maybe you can comment about this year's San Jose State's team, and maybe for the Pacific Northwest regional that's coming actually right next week. Maybe you can comment about like your let's say how high do you expect them to place, and then whether you think you have a chance to get to the nationals.
Yeah, so Pacific Northwest is a very competitive region. It's intimidating. It's a very intimidating region. I mean, we have Stanford and we have Berkeley that they get competitive programmers that just go to those schools, right? So they kind of cheating. It's not cheating, right? But they get a head start, if you will. They get a head start with the students that are going there, and then we have University of British Columbia. I was fortunate to talk to their coach. There was one year, one of the teams from University of British Columbia, the 3 members were on internships in the Bay Area. So they actually competed at our site. So I got to talk to the coach.
I see.
And and so they have institutionally they have some really strong practices for building their teams. So we have University of British Columbia, we have Stanford and Berkeley that come, and the University of Washington has. So we have these really strong teams. It's challenging. It's challenging.
True.
But we also have really good students that are coming in. We have this year we have a lot of first and second year students that are competing. So which is great. They're gonna next year they're gonna have a lot of experience. And they'll be able to be even stronger. So I'm excited. Cool. The one thing I'm a little bit skeptical about is in our regions we have Division 1 and Division 2. We have that separation, and Division 1, 2 is for students that are new, and the problem sets are a little bit easier. They're still hard, but they're a little bit easier. But the problem with Division 2 is you can't go to nationals no matter how well you do, right? And so we have a lot of students that just went to Division 1 just because they want that chance. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
It kind of plays out.
But I like their enthusiasm. It's good.
Absolutely. So I guess in some sense, as a coach, it's usually I think kind of the balance that you have to keep. But one of the things I noticed when I'm teaching a course in programming counters or competitive programming is like a fine balance between making the contents of the course really like difficult and challenging, but at the same time, making sure that the contents are exciting enough or engaging enough so that
Mhm.
it's not alienating the students who are taking the course, right? So in some sense,
Yeah.
I'm sure from your years of teaching, maybe you can offer some guidance for the future coaches and teachers. How do you tune that balance, and like what are some signals that you look for, as you iterate to make the next versions of the course? Do you have some, I guess, some tricks that you typically use to make sure that students are engaged? What are some of the tricks that you learned? Because one of the things I have to be quite open about is I find it a bit challenging to strike the right balance between the course difficulty and maybe the interest of the students. Because if I make the course very difficult, then
Mhm.
very few students will do it. But then if they do it, then they'll be superstar. Yeah. But then
Yeah.
if the opposite side is if I make the course too easy, sure, then I think that a lot of people will be excited just because it's actually easy course. But now the issue is actually that when you try to go for the nationals, it may not actually help you too much, right? So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
so that like the striking the right balance there, I think is really the key. But to be honest with you, I kind of wing it, as in depending on the who is joining the course and so on. I try to make it as engaging as possible. But if you have some rule of thumb there that I think that we can actually use as because as we try to ramp up as a teacher, maybe people may want to know as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's one of the challenging things.
Yeah.
I think the two challenging things I found that I still haven't quite worked out
Yeah, exactly.
is that training, the I guess the training ladder, if you
Yeah, yeah,
will,
yeah, yeah.
and also even the training sessions. How do you do a training session where you have advanced material for students who are advancing, but then when the new students come in, they
Mhm.
don't feel completely overwhelmed.
Right, right, right.
Um,
Exactly. Yeah,
I
that's true.
think I, I think one thing I try to emphasize to students is that feeling of being overwhelmed is not a bad thing. It's not something that you should be scared of.
Yeah.
I try to encourage them to look at it as more, rather than being overwhelmed, they
Yeah.
should look at it as this is what I could be.
Mhm.
Like, this is what I could be,
Yeah.
right?
Absolutely.
And if they do that and they keep coming, I mean, maybe they don't understand like the first couple of sessions, they have no idea what's going on,
That was
right?
me.
None.
That was
But
actually me
then,
when I did the first training of the ICPC. I was like, I have no idea what any of these things are.
right, you just don't know. It's all so boring. But then, and then slowly things start clicking,
Yeah.
right? You get little things that click and click and click, and I've observed this in students that once things start click, there's some students that look back and they just can't even remember not understanding. Right? They look back at the beginning students, they're like, why didn't you understand this? And it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm like, you didn't. So,
It's like once it clicks, you get to forget about things
yeah.
that worked. I mean, didn't work actually, right? And then that's
Uh-huh.
yeah, I
It becomes
completely agree with you.
natural,
Yeah.
which is good. That's what you want. You want it to become natural.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is the problem that the thing I worry about is the students that come in and they get frustrated and they drop out.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing I really I want to figure out good ways to get over that,
Mhm.
because
Mhm.
you can't you need to keep it challenging so
Mhm.
that they can
Yeah.
excel,
Yeah.
but then you also need to make sure that they feel like they're progressing.
Yeah. Yeah. So that like I guess in some sense you we share the same sentiment here, which is um, like teaching a course in competitive programming. Yeah, it's okay, but teaching an excellent course in competitive programming. Oh my God, that's it's like
Yeah,
almost
of
like
course.
reaching a utopia, right? Like almost like a ideal that we want to get to, but maybe it'll take some time, right? I mean, but then maybe that's hopeful news, because I mean that means we have work to do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
one other thing that I think is kind of an interesting thing that I've been pondering a bit is one thing I noticed when I started teaching, because I've been in industry for many years,
Hmm.
and I went to teach, and there were subjects that I went to teach, and like I had worked on those subjects for many years, right? And then I go to teach them, and I realize I have to prepare so much, and I have to learn so much, because I realized that I had been using things that I didn't understand deeply. And in reality, a lot of the stuff we do, we don't have to understand deeply. So I think that's one of the challenges too, and I think that's one thing that these hack packs are very useful for. They can help you realize that a lot of the algorithms you need to understand, you kind of just need to understand how they're applied, the basic operating principles underneath them. But then it's okay if there's still a little bit of magic there.
It's like it's like the same thing as for example, if you're using like a hammer or like let's say like any kind of tool that exists in appliance in the kitchen, for example. I mean, yes, you can know all the nitty gritty detail of how everything works if you like to, but most people, they'll use it, but then maybe you don't have to actually know all the nitty gritty details to actually use them right. So it's a similar kind of thing. I feel competitive programming has gotten to the point where maybe it's actually okay to not know how to use them exactly, and maybe that's part of the fun, right? So Etienne joined us. So hi, Etienne.
And actually, the other problem that I think Etienne would have a really good perspective on is how you do team selection.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Right, because people, a lot of students, they want to be on teams with their friends, but that might not be the best. Like how do you do team selection?
So maybe
that's one thing
as I speak, transition into speaking to Etienne, I'll make sure to have that as one of the driving questions, so that you have some. You can
looking forward to it.
Everybody will have some piece of this. Yeah, but cool. So first of all, thank you so much, Ben, for joining us today. Hopefully it was fun. I find it exciting actually. So
yeah, definitely. You're doing a great job, Christian. Keep it up.
Yeah. I'll try my best. It's been quite not easy. But what's the fun? If it's not challenging enough, I find that boring, right? So and I'll try to challenge every speaker that comes my way. So and I'll try again next year. And then hey, guess what? I'll improve for next time so that we'll start with a perfect pitch from the beginning. So
great. Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, see you in a couple of weeks. Yeah. Bye.
See you, man.
Yeah. So I guess Etienne, hello. I know you, but I'm pretty sure people here may not know you. So would you like to first of all introduce yourself? Actually, I'm pretty sure you can be introduced in like 10 different ways, but if you can restrict your attention to ICPC, yeah, great, yeah.
Sure. So I'm currently the RCD for South Central USA.
What is RCD, by the way?
RCD is the Regional Contest Director. So I'm the one who organizes the sites, make sure all the teams get registered, make sure the prompt set is done on time, things like that.
Cool.
So this is my first year doing that. Before that, I was the coach of UT Austin. So I did that for about a decade.
You're like a directly competing team to Columbia? Well, before that, you were Columbia PhD students. Woohoo! So
I was a Columbia PhD student. That's right. Yeah.
Anyway, I guess as everyone does, a lot of people do in ICPC. I know that you wear like 1,000 different hats. So would you be able to explain other nature of the work that you do, in particular to judging, and then like also, coaching you mentioned, and then maybe problem setting and volunteering, or what you do in work finals, and perhaps how you can actually be an enthusiastic volunteer like yourself in some sense.
Yeah, sure. So you're asking like how can people become involved or start volunteering?
Yeah, sure. But at the same time, maybe we should probably start with what you do, because I know what you do, but people may not be aware, so maybe we should start with that. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So let's see. So I'm going to be the head judge of the North America Championship. So that's the competition that comes after the regionals are happening right now. So the top teams from each region are going to go to Orlando in the spring and compete against each other there as the next step on the way to the World Finals. And so I'm going to be the head judge, and that means that I'll be in charge of the problem set there.
Yeah.
So I'll be assembling a team of top people from North America who have experience writing problems for the regionals. Trying to make a set that's fun and challenging for us.
Yeah, but maybe you also were you will be or are the North America qualifier judge as well, right? So yeah, but anyway, I guess.
Yeah, so I've been a judge for various other contests, including Mid Central happening right now.
Yeah. You're like the potentially the significant contributor who will be actually answering a lot of clarification questions as far as I know. So thanks a lot for doing that for sure. And also, one of the things that I'm sure some of the people might be curious about is, let's say, what does it mean to be a ICPC judge, and how can people become involved? I mean, it's a lot of tiers, right? So World Finals tier,
Yes.
of course, and then there's a Nationals tier, North America Championship, and then various different regionals, and also, of course, in various different schools. Before they go to the regionals, there are some school like a local contest, right? So maybe you can shed a light to how to, like basically get more experience in that regard, and then maybe you can also comment about North America qualifier, and so on.
Yeah, that sounds good. So, like you say, there's different levels of involvement in being a judge. And I encourage anyone who's interested, you don't have to, at the top levels, like there's some people that like Nick Wu who are amazing. They work on all these different contests simultaneously. They contribute dozens of problem ideas every year, but you don't have to do that to get involved. Even if you just have one idea for one problem, or even if you just want to beta test a problem or read over a problem and highlight, oh, this is maybe a bit confusing wording, right? Even if you just have time to do that, that's already super helpful, because right now the judge pool in North America is really suffering. We really need more people to help out. The more hands we have, the lighter the work. So
right. It's like
anyone who's interested,
it's like a divide and conquer in the finest,
yeah. So if you're a coach, or if you're a competitor who's no longer eligible because you've been to too many regionals or too many world finals, you'd be perfect to help out with judging. And you mentioned, go ahead.
No, quite,
Yeah, so you mentioned the North America qualifier, and that's a fantastic entry point to being a judge.
And I guess in some sense, in that regard, one of the mystifying components, I mean, that people may be curious about is, how to, like, for example, if you've been like a judge for, like, let's say regionals, and then want to step up their game to be a NAC judge, and also let's say even more so World Finals judge, right? Like, for example, what is the sort of like a vetted process there, and if you can demystify that, and maybe also in particular, in the regional contest, like how to become a chief judge and so on. People might be curious about learning all these things, because I'm sure some of the audience who are looking at this is actually quite curious about it, because they're ambitious people in general. Maybe if you demystify how to get those things done. As you know, you stepped up as the NAC head judge, and that's exciting. I mean, you've been involved in this thing for 10 plus years now. How many years? Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and ICPC, something like 10 years.
Yeah. So just from the experienced judging perspective, if you can demystify any portions of that, that'll be amazing.
Yeah, so like you say, so the different levels of the ICPC contest do their own thing. So World Finals, I've never been a World Finals judge. I've heard a bit about the process. So they really want experienced judges, and so they ask that you submit a complete problem package to them. And they ask for 2 problems, and they want that pretty early. So for the World Finals that are happening next spring, they already want people to start submitting problem ideas in the fall. And there they want a complete package, and they have a committee that will review all the submissions and decide whether or not to accept the problems into the World Finals. And then the World Finals judges are the authors of the problem that end up being accepted at the World Finals.
Nice.
But this really is its own thing. This really is much more selective than being a judge at the other levels. If for people that are interested in being a judge, for example, at regionals or at the North America Championship, the way to get involved with that is to send an email to the head judge. So for the North America Championship, that's me. So just send me an email and say you might be interested in being a judge, and I'll talk to you about that. For the regionals, if you're a competitor and you're currently in a region, if you reach out to your regional contest director or directly to the head judge, if you happen to know who that is, you can ask them about getting involved. Another person you can talk to is David Van Brackle. He's the head of all the judges in North America. And part of his responsibility is making sure that the different regions have a balanced pool of judges, making sure there's no conflicts of interest in the judge pool, things like that.
Absolutely.
And anyone interested in getting involved, just send them an email. I'm sure you'd be happy to suggest some contests that you could help out on.
That sounds exciting. But I guess one clarification thing when it comes to conflict of interest is, if your team is directly competing in the contest, typically, I mean, regional maybe is a little bit relaxed, but I do know that like NAC and World Finals, if you're a judge, then typically you may not want to be a coach, and vice versa, perhaps, right? But maybe you can comment on that too, like so that people do not get a misconception about like getting involved, but then they get told, oh, like we cannot because you're coach or otherwise. Yeah.
That's right, and like you say, that's going to get stricter and stricter the higher up you go, right? So for the North America qualifier, you can contribute no matter who you are, as long as you're not a contestant, right? So and that's another reason I mentioned the NAQ as a really good starting point. So there's really no conflict of interest issues there. For regionals, the rules change. So I'm not sure what the current status of the rules are. For a long time, there was a hard rule that coaches in a region cannot also be judges in that region. But because we've started to run out of people with time to do judging, and because we trust our coaches, right? We trust our coaches to maintain a high integrity environment.
Sure.
I think that rule's been relaxed a bit. And then for North America Championship, you cannot be a coach.
I mean, is that fair to say that that's one of the reasons why you actually have to? Well, I guess there are two reasons. I mean, like doing RCD and coaching and judging all at the same time sounds like a crazy idea, first of all. But even if not, because of the judging responsibility, you have to basically pick and choose, right? Is that true?
Yeah, that's right. So now, as the head judge of the North American Championship, it would not be ethical for me to also be the coach of one.
I mean, I will trust you. I mean, I will trust you fully. So I don't know about.
Well, we don't want any perception.
No. Appearance of conflict of interest. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, so in some sense, that leads me to actually maybe an interesting question. So, for you, what was the like for you? Yeah, what makes it more exciting to be a judge than a coach, and then maybe our RCD? I'm sure there are people in the audience as well who is actually thinking about that exact same question. I'm just wondering if you can shed some insight. I mean, like this timing of 5 minutes or 10 minutes is probably not enough to actually justify everything, but like maybe just like in a high level summary, like what are some decision points that would make you be a excellent RCD versus a judge versus a coach? I asked that question because to me, I feel like you carried all these roles in a very systematic way, and I'm just wondering, if you can shed a little bit of light as to what they might be. Oh, and then maybe in addition to that, being a trainer is also maybe part of the game too, right? So.
Yeah. So, and I do miss being a coach. It was very rewarding for me to work with the students and to help them compete at the highest level. So, I would say that I was a coach for a while. I was a coach for about 10 years.
Yeah, exactly.
And so if I was the only person in Austin that was willing to coach the students there, I would have been much more reluctant to move into other volunteer roles. But we have other fantastic people, like the current coach Trung. He's a grad student who has experience competing in ICPC.
And also Glenn. Right? Yeah.
And Glenn, Glenn's also been a coach for a long time. So because we have enough people at UT to take over for me, I felt a bit better about that. And basically, I just asked myself, where am I most needed? Right? And like I said before, the judge staff really is in need of as many volunteers as we can get in North America. So I felt that was something that I could do that would make a difference.
Yeah. So basically, like in some sense, I mean, it aligns with your interest the most, I'm sure. But at the same time, it aligns with the supply and demand situation too. Like a coach in your school, well, we have some number of them that can do that. But let's say judging and problem setting and these things, maybe it's a bit. I mean, RCD also, right? That responsibility maybe some that may require more experiences in general, right? So the fact that you stepped up the game to be the one, I mean, I think that North America as a whole would find it very, blessed to see you. But at the same time, I mean, I guess in some sense, in your back of your mind, it's like, oh, I cannot wash away the feeling that being a coach was very unique experience that you would definitely want to continue. I mean, if you had like 10 body of yourself, I'm sure you'll but it's like a supply and demand thing, and then appearance of like conflict of interest on these things, right? So I see. But yeah,
Yeah,
great.
and with RCD, right? So with RCD, it's the same kind of decision, right? Like being an RCD is really a lot of event planning and accounting, and it's not, it's not my forte. It's not something I consider a lot of fun compared to being a judge or compared to being a coach, but it's something that has to be done.
Yeah.
And
also,
now that I'm already not a coach, it was kind of natural for me.
Right, and also like a supply and demand, as you said, it's like we need someone who is dependable and then who has many years of experience of being in the ICPC to know what actually is involved in let's say planning all these things, and therefore we need someone who has a know-how, but then you do happen to have a know-how, and I guess at the same time the coaching team at UT Austin, it seems like it's like a pretty well covered, relatively speaking, and so it's like a supply and demand thing that I'm sure played a role. But I guess in some sense, I think right now I'm perfectly being a coach for sure, but at the same time, I like judging as well. But I think for sure I need to gain more experiences even before I step up the game and so on. But maybe one day it'll be a fun time to try that and other things. But I think that it's been a blessing so far for sure. Having worked with you actually in the ICPC, and also we haven't actually even covered this thing at all, but curriculum committee that you and I are co-leading. I think a lot of people in North America, I was actually just talking to Ben about this. He actually really appreciates the contents that we're generating, and then maybe the community that we are building. So there might be additional thing that could be interesting to as one of the thrust that we actually push forward in the future, so that we can actually get more people engaged and so on, right? So I think so then the end goal of that will be being able to actually introduce some of the most enthusiastic member of this curriculum committee as be the judge or problem setter or tester, as you mentioned, or being a, let's say, educator to bring the next generation of competitors forward, right? So cool. And I guess
and I know there's a lot of demand for the work that the curriculum committee is doing. When I was talking to the people, so as part of my job as RCD, I contact all the universities in my region. I encourage them, if they haven't competed recently, to send a team and compete. And a lot of them tell me, hey, this sounds very interesting, but how do I even get started, right?
And then you can actually point to the materials that we're building, and perhaps some of the CLI symposium talks that we have actually created, they can be like, oh, we can go there and take a look at them, and then soon I'm sure Etienne, you'll be the one speaking at the CLI symposium, by the way. Whether you like it or not, you'll be asked, and it'll be exciting to have you speak and then share your domain expertise for sure as a subject matter expert. And then maybe last but not the least, since you wanted to actually be asked about this question, I'll do so now. So what is your favorite problem in the mid-central problem set?
My favorite problem is guard evaders.
Man, it's not mine. What? Okay, just.
Which one's yours?
There are 6 of them. I don't know. All the easy ones. All the problems that are solved by most teams right now. Those are the ones. Yeah, the even and the square numbers and all that. Yeah, but anyway, I see. And then why do you like the guard evader ones the most?
It's true. I felt it was really rewarding to think a lot about it, right? So you read the problem, and you'll have a judge explain the problem later on in the stream. Is that right? Yeah. So you read the problem, and at first it seems very difficult because you have all these possibilities of so you have this row of guards, and you're sending people through gaps between the rows of guards. You have rules about where you're allowed to send people. And at first it seems very difficult, but the more you think about the problem, the more you start to see patterns and how the guard state evolves over time, and eventually you realize that it's much simpler than you thought it was.
So. It's like one of those things that it takes a bit of time to parse, but then once you parse it and go to the core, it's like, maybe it's actually not as bad as it seems like. And I think that's why it's like, when I looked at the problem initially, I was like, wait, this is a very hard problem. But then it's like, maybe not. And then those are the problems I like as well, because you get to actually see, sort of only when you get to the core, it becomes easy. And I think that's relatable to actual real world day-to-day work as well. When you're working in the industry, when you look at the question at the very beginning, it's very ambiguous and you don't know what's going on. But then when you look at the core, it becomes easier, and then soon enough, it becomes like a doable problem. And I think that that kind of reduction is really important skill in the industry as well as I guess you can relate to them in academia as well. I'm sure, right? Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, so I mean, I would like to, let's say, have a conversation that lasts for 1 to 2 hours. But maybe what I can do is we can punt the discussion to NAC, and maybe in the next iterations of this live stream, why not? So
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'll make sure to bring up tougher questions next time around. So be ready to.
Very good. I look forward to it.
All right, cool. Thanks a lot, Etienne.
All right, take care, Christian.
Yeah. Bye. And Simanto, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I can hear you. Pretty sure all the audience members can hear me. Lydia and Grace are actually monitoring in the background, so if there's anything off, then they'll let me know. And I think so far, people have been telling me that. Actually, one moment. Yeah, so I guess there might be some adjustment I might want to make, but I mean, we can actually speak in the meantime. So I guess, first of all, I want to, before you even start, thank you for your time. I know that you're quite busy running the whole show in the region. And also, I'd like to thank you for giving me the great opportunity to make an impact in the region. So, I mean, I want to start with that, but without further ado, why don't we start with the introduction from you, and then we can start. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Simanto Mitra. I'm the regional contest director for North Central North America. I should really say co-regional contest director because Chuck Riddle, who was the past director, he's really helping with everything. Uh, so, yeah, I'm from Iowa State University. And what else? Yeah, the background, I can hear myself. How about that?
Oh, you can? Oh, there's an echo? I see. I see. Yeah, but I guess, in some
It's
sense.
a delayed loop, so I can hear
I see. Got it. Yeah, so I guess one of the things that I'm wondering perhaps well, as one of the main question, what got you interested in the ICPC? Or like let's start with what makes it exciting for you now to continue? Because I know, I mean, for example, I say this because I know how much work it is to be a regional contest director, and I also do know, there are a lot of people in the audience who wants to maybe, help your region as well. And so, would you like to have this opportunity to share your wisdom about what makes this exciting adventure for you? Yeah.
All right, so I got started in this contest thing as actually faculty member. So our past coach, he was unable to continue being the coach anymore. So I was asked to be the coach, and so I said okay, and I did. But then at that time Iowa State did not have a site, so we actually used to go to Lincoln, Nebraska, to compete. So we used to get a bus, big bus, like a big bus, and there used to be like 10 teams that we used to take with us. So 10 means 30 students. We used to go into go together to Lincoln, Nebraska, and then we used to stay one night in a hotel. It was sponsored by UNL and their sponsors. And then next morning, we used to go to the contest. And then we used to, after the contest, UNL always organized a huge banquet. And then after having that food, we used to catch a bus and come back. So the whole experience was really very exciting. With all the students. And what surprised me most at that time used to be the enthusiasm of the students. On the way back from the contest. So imagine that they have spent 5 hours doing the programming and so on. It takes like 2.5 hours to travel back, right?
Yeah.
and then the entire 2.5 hours, believe me or not, the students were just discussing problems.
Oh, wow. It's like a similar thing as like let's say you go to the sports game or like a sports like I don't know some conference games, and then on the way back, whether it's an airplane or whatever, or maybe it's like a bus ride home, you'd only speak about what can I do better, what can I like what improvements, whatever.
And
Yeah.
they were discussing with one another about how to solve a certain problem and so on. It was very I loved seeing that level of enthusiasm and that level of mental engagement with the material,
Yeah.
which we don't seem to be able to get in classes.
Yeah.
I think that experience, plus another thing I noticed at the same time, was Chuck was the regional director. And of course, he was running around trying to organize all these sites. And at that time, we did not have so much internet connection as now. So a lot of things had to be done by phone.
Yeah.
But at that time, I did not really understand the effort that he had to put in, because he probably did everything, like including setting the problems, testing them, and everything. So it's
like last couple of years, I do know for a fact that you're getting more engaged in that discussions and problem setting and judging, and also maybe like testing and making sure that the problem statement is actually written correctly, refined correctly, all these things, right? All these like
so on top of that, Chuck did so much. So
no,
he's like my hero here.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Hey, so
And,
like there's a dependency of heroes here. You're my hero, and then Chuck is your hero, and like it goes on, right? So I mean, like isn't that great? Because we have a generation of heroes that are just learning from each other.
But the other hero I must mention is that when I went there, I also noticed year after year that there were people coming from faraway places.
Oh yeah.
Like driving. Like, for me, it was 2.5 hours, right?
Yeah.
But others were driving 3 hours or more from places as far as Graceland and other places. And you know what? Iowa State did have a chance to do well and go to the World Finals. But some of the smaller schools did not really anticipate even going to the World Finals at all. But the coaches would year after year bring their awards with them to and the only reason they did that was because they wanted to support and encourage their students and give them an experience. And they did this year after year after year, and it just that's what. So if you ask me why am I doing this, it's because once I saw all of that, I said, hey, I knew what true volunteerism, what true doing something for others meant, and so I said I must do this. And
hey,
so
I think you're doing it, in my opinion, because you're a masochist, no? No, maybe, but no. But that's part of it. But I mean, as
the amount of
jokes
joy
aside,
we get, the amount of joy we get when we see participation, when we see enthusiasm, I think pays for that.
Yeah, it's like for example, like today is really the highlight of really the reason, the very exact reason why we want to spend so much time to make sure the problem statement is perfect, is refined as much as we can, and the solution slide that we create for them is refined to the point where when we actually explain it to the very like the students, very beginning students actually, especially freshmen, sophomores who are new to this, and they're like, oh wow, this is great, I learned some new tricks, and then they'll have a word of mouth effect. So the point is, if they realize, oh, this is so cool, then I mean, guess what? They'll talk to their peers, and then they'll talk to their peers, and then it kind of will like a domino effect, and then it's going to have a snowball effect to make it like a very exciting opportunity for everyone to learn the computer science, maybe like a problem solving, and also the reason why that I'm engaged in actually helping your region is actually so that I can get better at doing that. And what I heard from very few people that I spoke to, that I really trust in this ICPC community, has told me your region, especially the judging team. So I must say, Chuck and Jeff Ifland, right, and yourself are like the most inviting like people that exist in the whole of North America, right? And that was true. I was proven. I mean, you proved through years of me engaging with you that actually is the case, right? So I feel like there's no greater opportunity than to get to learn how to do the judging by engaging with you. And I think the what I want to really say therefore is maybe you can speak about in your very region, like how you'd like to have people engaged with you. I mean, I'm sure, for example, I was talking to Etienne just now, and then he says, "Oh, reach out to the chief judge, and then they'll get it started." So it could be like for your region, for example, Jeff Ifland, but it's possible they have some system in place so that everyone in the audience who is watching this and they want to make a great impact to ICPC, but really to the central division, and in particular your region, because they're close to where you are. You can actually comment on how that can be done for your region.
Absolutely. So let me say, and everything I'm saying, Christian, you already know, so it's nothing new to you. But today's effort, today's work is actually, in my mind, just the tip of the iceberg. Most of the work is hidden that no one sees, and that part, like is the problem setting.
Yeah.
That's like a huge chunk of the work. And so, I earlier I was not, my shame to me that I was not fully engaged in this, and I didn't realize how much energy it took. So for months, we have been working on A, somebody has to think of an idea, B, that idea has to be fleshed out, C, it has to be drafted, revised, and so on. So
Yep.
that cycle goes on forever, and then it has to be solved. There has to be sample inputs, sample outputs, there has to be test inputs, test outputs, there has to be solutions in multiple languages. All of these things take so much time and effort and energy. And there are a few dedicated individuals who, hats off to them. And on the other hand, there have been so our region, we are so fortunate. I have such a good set of volunteers from different places. So, for example, uh, so if you go to our website and look at the organizers, you find so many people there listed, and they are all, part of our group, and they've all been helping out. So there are many ways a person can help with us. We organize multiple, so we are trying to organize multiple events. For example, we have the high school event nowadays every spring. We just started last spring, but this spring we want to do it again. We have, of course, the regionals, but we have so many activities, and we really would like participation from others in whatever way they can participate.
Absolutely.
One easy way is, help us with the problem set creation, and they don't have to do everything. They can do a small part of it. That's fine. So that's a call for request for help from everyone who can help.
Yeah, I mean,
Just contact me. Send me an email and say I'm interested. I will sign you up and make sure you are in contact with the right persons.
Hey, I'm already signed up. Yeah.
No, Christian is, for all of you listening, Christian is we have adopted him. He is now
All right.
North Central person.
Yeah,
He's
that's
our
good.
North
That's good.
Central volunteer.
And
And
I can tell
he
you
is
one.
amazing. He does everything. Basically, anything we need, he does it. So
Yeah. But I mean, one thing is, I did get naturalized to the U.S. citizenship last year, so this is just about the right timing. You adopted me at the right timing.
we adopted you at the right time. So yes,
Cool.
so but I understand he's actually adopted by lots of sites because he basically helps everyone, and I don't know how he does that.
Ah,
So
compromise the sleep. Like the excitement takes over. Whatever. Adrenaline rush and these things, but yeah. So
all
there
right,
we are.
so I'm
Cool.
sure my time is up.
Nah, you have
It's
I mean,
1:33.
I think next time when I do this, I'll make sure to like make a pledge that I will make it at least 30 minutes. So 15 minutes is
But
actually too short.
I'm seeing Anthony here,
Ah, yeah.
and Anthony, how are you doing? I'm so happy to see you.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
I'm doing well. I was hoping more of our site directors would show up and participate, but I'm not sure many of them are, but you are, and thanks for that.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
yeah, so Anthony, if you would like to help us with organizing, let me know. I can we can work together on something.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
You're signing up?
yeah. Oh man, I already now out of my. Well, right now we're a little busy. This is our first year that we're hosting it here at Algoma University, so we wanted to see how this goes and see how much time it took up. But now that we know we have a well-oiled machine, we got some good volunteers here helping out.
Nice.
Maybe I have a few more cycles that I can help out with.
No, not a few more cycles.
Site director is fine, but aside from that,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay.
I will definitely call you for help. Okay.
That's nice.
Sounds good.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks a lot, Samantha,
Thank you
and
so much.
I will see you later in the day, especially
Yeah.
in the oral ceremony. So I'll make sure
So
to
we sign up. We join this one or the one I sent.
I think that yeah, like I will find out. Let me talk to Lydia about like what exactly would be the best one. But I think that we can do either way. But we'll find out.
Because if you do the other way, I would like all our site directors to be on that one.
Oh yeah. So maybe in that case, it might be proper to do it on the one that you shared, so they can share with everyone, right? But let me confirm with Lydia that it can be done in the, let's say, technology side. So
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
think it's possible.
So let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll chat.
Bye.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Anthony here now, and sorry for a little bit of a lag of a delay. It's actually on me because I'm new as the host here. So what that means is, there's some technical glitches that we have to figure out as we go. And so
That's
thanks
okay.
a lot
I
for
was
your
actually
patience. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually watching the stream.
Oh, you are?
Following along, so
okay.
I was pretty enthralled. I almost missed joining the call because I was just
I see.
listening so
And then,
intently, right?
I mean, so far then as an audience, how did you like the call? Like, was it smooth enough?
I love it. I love to hear the stories, and I hope
cool.
I can try to relay the Algoma U story on here. But
sure. Absolutely.
it's funny because a lot of the things that you guys were already talking about was already some of the points I wanted to cover. So I'll try not to retread over the same over and over again.
But I guess first of all, we have to do a proper introduction for you. So would you like to introduce yourself first? Yeah.
All right, so my name is Anthony Pagada. I am a sessional instructor here at Algoma University in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. So Canada, woo! I love to shout out Canada in here. I know we do have some other universities, Canadian universities participating, but whenever I'm looking at the scoreboards, it's always USA.
I mean, there's Alberta, in a different region, in the same division. So,
in our region, we don't really have too much Canada reps. So whenever I can, I like to pump that.
Not yet, but you can make the difference here. You'll be the next game changer.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm actually sorry. I got the scoreboard up right now, and it looks like one of my teams got a second question done. Good stuff.
Yeah. I'm actually monitoring as I go as well. Yeah, so great. But yeah, I mean, so that being said, I guess I foremost want to hear, I guess the same question that I asked everyone, because I think it's one of the reasons why we are having this call is to, really find out what motivates you to join the ICPC. And then, for example, if other people in the call or in the live stream can relate to your experience and can really make it be their experience as well, because if they can relate to you, chances are they'll join you the game, right? So
so let me just I'll continue driving into my background, and I think there's a good story here that I can through story here. So as I mentioned, I am a sessional instructor here, so I don't teach here full time. I actually work in industry where I
similar to me, like I'm an adjunct faculty as well, and just like a part time. And then have a full-time job elsewhere.
So I'm a solution delivery manager for the Ontario Lottery Gaming Corporation here. That's the our lottery and gambling company here for Ontario. So we manage all the lottery systems here for Ontario. But I've been working in the industry for about 15 years. But Algoma U is actually my alma mater. I did my undergrad here at Algoma U. And when I was doing my undergrad, I actually participated in the ICPC. I was a contestant. So I have fond memories of participating, doing the questions, struggling with a bunch of the questions. Now, again, back in the day, we were still running, doing the contest on floppy disks and submitting your questions to runners, and they would have to run the floppy disks down the hall and compile them.
That
and
just
then
sounds pretty exciting, actually.
yeah, it was actually pretty fun with the having the runners, and you would just be constantly, we'd just be yelling to runner, and by the time I distinctly remember one question where we got a runner, we sent them the floppy disk, and as we sent it, he's like, oh no, I just thought of another edge case that we didn't handle. So we typed it in, they gave us the wrong answer thing, and by the time they came back with the wrong answer, we had another question to submit. So we just sent them in a loop over and over again. But yeah, so like again, I have fond memories of doing the programming competition myself. I was very passionate about it, and I just remember when I went out into after I finished my undergrad, I went on to do my master's. But then I went on into working in industry, and I just felt like it was such a good thing to talk about when I was doing interviews at companies, and so did all of my peers who were interviewing for positions. Was that we were able to say, like, okay, a lot of interview questions are like, okay, what name a time when you had to do something under pressure, or a time when you had to work as a team, and like what was your role in a team, and how did you contribute to the success of your team? Like those are a lot of cultural fit questions that, especially now that I work in industry and I'm doing some hiring for positions, I like to hear those kind of stories, and like doing the programming competition gives you strong answers for those questions, because you can kind of see like, okay, this is time when I had to work as a team and under crunch and under pressure, and these are times when I failed. Like I had a question and I failed, and like how would you have approached it? And it just gets you thinking in that different mindset, especially like obviously there's the technical aspect of these questions where you're trying to solve the underlying problems here. But yeah, just getting that experience, that practical experience, was I really think we are kind of lacking here when we're doing these university programs. We're just focusing on the theoretical. Yeah. Being able to apply it shows that you're a well-rounded candidate, and then hopefully at the end of the day, I think a lot of people here are looking to get jobs, so they're going to want as much stuff that they can put on a resume as possible.
Yeah,
and then if you do good in the contest, that's another thing you can put on your resume.
So one thing is, I resonate with you 100%. That like, when you're trying to give a non-fake response to the interview questions in the industry, one of the interesting things that they look for,
I'll cheers. Yeah, I also have a Coke.
Yeah. One of the interesting things that they look for is actually, do you have a genuine answer that you are passionate for?
Right.
And I think that you can actually give such a response through ICPC competitions. So, and then as a coach, seeing them, working together as a team, and then you can be that main driving force for facilitating such, in my opinion, transformative experience, right? Because I think I can tell you that, if it was not for the ICPC, I mean, as ironic as it sounds, I probably would not have done computer science as a major, actually. Because
really?
Yeah. I mean, like I was doing pure math, and I liked the math competitions, but like math competition, the issue was even if I solved the question, at the end of the day, like the issue is you don't know whether you got it right or wrong, and that is really frustrating because like once you solve it, you're like, how do I check this? I have to go and look at the solutions if they exist, if it's lucky, if it exists in full format. And you have to verify that you haven't missed any core cases. And that checking process is quite cumbersome. But whereas in the programming contest, you're given that for free. But not only that, you get AC mark as saying, oh, you got it all right. And I was like, oh, this is instant gratification. That's great. I mean, like, I run by that, it seems, right? So, and then like every new question I do, that gives me additional pleasure of that form. And, I guess once I'm hooked, I cannot get unhooked, right? So, so in some sense, as a coach, I'm destined to, I guess, be a coach and like be a trainer or whatever. Because it's like it's within me. It's like I get excited by doing this, and I like this level of excitement that I can derive from here. I feel could be more than what I can derive from doing some, let's say, like a gaming, because gaming is very repetitive, and then once you are through the main basic things over and over, you do the similar things. But here, all the questions and puzzles that you solve in the programming contest, in some sense, are there are some commonalities, which is amazing because it gives you like a way to train, but it's not exactly the same. And I think that in some sense, the author spent tremendous amount of time to make it different. And so I like all the aspects of this, and just I think from my perspective anyway, it's a winner for me because now I don't have to verify whether my solution is correct. And then but the flip side is as a developer or the problem setter for the problems, now I'll actually see the flip side of this, and that's a different, maybe a Pandora box that we don't have to open up in this conversation maybe, but that makes it a huge challenge for me, but maybe exciting too, because then I'm actually helping the contestants not to think about all these corner cases, because I, as a designer, have to come up with all these cases that can really get them. And I think both as a designer and also as the solver of the problems, this is like the best of like what it can make it to be. And I guess the more exciting portion, I think, in my opinion, is the fact that you can do this anytime you want online. You go and do it. You don't have to wait for I guess others. Although you train with a team in the ICPC context, so sometimes you have to train together. But by and large, self-train, individual training is really a big part of the game, and I think that's a very appreciated value of the problem solving. And I feel, but I mean, I'm sure everyone shares that sentiment to some level, but maybe you can share your own story about it.
So it's funny that you mentioned that you're a math and you converted over to computer science. I myself I find myself trying to convert a lot of math students over. I actually, it's a friend of mine who ended up, she originally was going for pure maths, and I convinced her to switch over to computer science. And now she ends up working at Microsoft. So I'm like, I feel like I had a good influence.
Yeah. It's like that's the exact type of influence you want to do. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I try to corrupt them. Come over to the dark side.
No. It's like, it's not corruption. It's like cleansing them from being too theoretical. No. Depending on how you think.
Let's get this. But like, even so, when I was participating in the competition, we had 2 computer science, and one of the team members was doing his undergrad in math. But then we also got him to switch over. So like, I have a history of taking math students and converting them into computer science students. But yeah, like, you kind of hit that on the head, where it's like you really get that practical component, and that endorphin hit that you get when you're struggling with a question for a little bit. And sometimes I'll do that too when I'm like, my students are training. I'll take a look, like if they have a question during training, I'll be like, well, you're pretty close, but I don't want to rob you of that exciting feeling you're gonna get when you get this problem. So I'm gonna let you struggle with it a little longer. And honest to biscuits, every time I give them a few minutes and they get it, and they're just like, yes, and they're all celebrating. I'm so excited when they get that feeling in there. I mean, obviously there's a time and a place. Like we've actually upped our training. Now we do a couple more training sessions prior to our practice competitions. And in those training sessions, we've been going through like dynamic programming, all the algorithms that you can go for. But I really think doing these practice competitions too is a really good way to get through, getting that thinking, getting that mindset of solving these kinds of problems. And then so far it's been looking pretty good. Our teams are getting a couple questions, and I'm looking. I'm pretty excited to see our team up there on the scoreboard.
I mean, the funny thing is, I am also excited as well. I mean, like as a host of this, of course, but because some of the problems actually posed by me, and then I guess other judges in the central division. And so what actually, as a judge, I find most exciting is seeing that other people who are like top competitors in the let's say central portion of the U.S. is actually exposed to my problem, and then they struggle with that, and then they eventually solve them. And then when I see them solving, it's like, oh wow, this is amazing, right? Like you design the problem and they're solving it. It's like I don't think that I can find a greater joy than doing that. And so my real question is, one of the questions, actually Simanto asked also is, like, how do you see yourself in the, let's say, Central Division maybe, and also maybe you can comment about Mid-Central. Would you like to be, I mean, I cannot speak obviously on behalf of Simanto, but like I'm sure he'll find it exciting if you join the judging pool. So would you like to be one of the judges for the?
Oh, I didn't know this was an interview for a position.
No, it's not. It's not. But I mean, if you can help, I think that'll be amazing. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be something that I'd be definitely interested in. Like I said, this year, this time around, our big thing was. Historically, we've always had to travel for the competition. I mean, we've gone to NMU, we've gone to LSSU in Michigan. Like we've gone around to and we've had to travel. So now that we actually have our own home site and we're going to be hosting this, I'm really excited about that. So now I think it's like we're legit now. Almost.
No, you're a powerhouse because everyone in your school do not have to travel far anymore. Which means you have the home advantage, which means it's only like destined to grow over time, I'm guessing, right? So
and I really think that we're gonna get that. I mean, it's kind of a little difficult, especially if we have like international students or stuff, or just students that don't have their passports, because I mean, not everyone gets their passport. And traveling all the way through Michigan to get to a site to participate in.
Yeah, absolutely.
But now that we're hosting our own site, I think we really have our foot in the door. Like we're really into it. So being able to be like, oh, also you're going to be trying a question that I was helping create, or I'm going to be one of the judges for it. So like, that would be really cool. I'd be probably
and
interested
then,
in
the point being that I guess once you become more and more involved in this ICPC like the initiatives and then community, you get more recognition, and then that fuels your legitimacy, and also that means more people, students and otherwise, will be attracted to you for that, and then therefore the snowball effect. I mean, really, has started already because Simanto knows you, and then I'm sure he'll get you in get you moving. I'm sure. I mean, I'm not even like the funny thing is I'm not even in the region yet. He's making me very excited to make a contribution to his region. So I mean, you are in his region, and therefore it'll be even more fun, right? So
yeah.
Okay. I guess one of the other things maybe as a ending point is. Would you like to comment on, anything, any final remarks?
I just really want to give a I'm going to give a shout out to all of our volunteers that are helping out with running the competition here, because again, I couldn't just do it all alone. I got a wonderful team. I can't name them all, but I'll just shout them out here and say everyone. It's great to see that Algoma University gets our name out there, out in the world, and we can show that yes, we are a small university, but you're getting that big education here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm really proud of like all the students that are participating and like taking this seriously and really digging into these questions and doing a great job. It's really great. Really, I just want to also, I guess, congratulate all the students. I know it's maybe a little bit premature, but they shouldn't be watching this right now, right? They'll watch the replay later.
Yeah, they will probably watch the replay.
all the teams that participate in it, because I mean, it's not an insignificant portion of your time, right? Like this is a commitment. You have all the time that you practiced and all the time that you put into this competition. So I hope that you get as much out of it as I think you will. But it's such a good opportunity, and I just can't say enough good things about it. I want as many people, and I want this program to grow. I want more. This year, okay, we submitted 4 teams. I want to double that. Next year, let's get 8 teams, right?
And then before you know it, you might get 50 teams just from your region. No, just from your school. That'll be exciting, no? Yeah, cool. I mean, so thanks a lot, obviously, Anthony, for dropping by. It was exciting
no
to
problem.
chat
Thank
with
you for having me.
I
appreciate you taking the time.
I guess the point is, if I were to do this host again, and then you come to this, session, then be ready for a tougher question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this was
Yeah,
the easy one.
yeah,
Next
easy
time,
one. Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, I'm just getting used to this group as well, doing it for the first time. Like so. Therefore, I'm just getting to know. But next year, it'll be a serious matter. Maybe I don't know. But this is already
I'd
serious
love
enough.
to be on again next year. Hopefully, we'll have even more to talk about.
Yeah. You can also bring your students or bring your, like coaches or co-coaches.
Oh,
or
actually,
anyone.
okay, totally. Because I was telling a couple of the other volunteers here that they were. I was going to be in on this, and they're like, "Well, if you have some more spots to fill, they wanted to talk." So if you need someone else on here later today, I got a couple guys who would like to talk to you.
Let's go.
Just let me know.
Anthony. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, have a good one then. Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, bye. All right. Thanks everyone. So I think we have a little bit of break of 7 minutes. So I'll come back soon. But in the meantime, let me put the scoreboard so that you can actually see the current scoreboard, and you'll be quite shocked to see how much of a change there has been since then. So let me put the scoreboard with the music on, but with my mic off, so you'll actually see how things are going. Yeah. Okay. So bear with me in a minute. I'll be back in just about 5 minutes. Yeah. Thanks everyone. let's try again. Yeah. So I think that we're back. Actually, would you like to introduce yourself just one more time? Sorry about that. I think that was a little bit of mic issue. I think it's initiated by me, actually. So, yeah.
No worries. Hi, everyone. I'm Lowry Sorensen. I'm a recent contestant acting as a judge this year. I'm at BYU. I'm a PhD student right now, but I was on the programming team for the last 3 years. I really like ICPC, and I wanted to be in it again this year.
Cool. And maybe you can comment on how has your ICPC journey has been like in the last couple of years?
I think it's been really great. I had some competitive programming experience from high school. I'm originally from Texas, where they have like a UIL competition for Texas schools. So I had that experience behind me. I found like the competitive programming club at BYU and started attending meetings and competing in ICPC. It's been a really great learning experience. My team went to the World Finals last year after a lot of effort on our part. So it was really fun.
Okay, cool. And I guess one of the main questions I have for you is how do you see your future within the ICPC community? Yeah.
I really like it. As long as I can, I'm going to stay involved either as a problem setter or coach.
Sure. And then do you see yourself serving for the BYU or which region or maybe the school are you, in some sense, would you like to be a problem setter also or
I was a problem setter this year.
Oh, you are? Okay, I see.
So, yeah. I think that was my favorite part. I really I think it's more fun for me to write problems and watch other people solve them than it is to solve the problems in contest myself.
I see. Sure. Sounds good. And one of the question I asked actually a lot of participants also yourself. I guess it'll be quite relevant question for you. But how do you train? Would you be able to spill some secret sauce that you have?
Yeah, so Dr. Farrell is the coach at BYU. Generally, he leads weekly practices. Normally, we cover a different topic every week, with probably like 10 to 12 problems. And then normally, like, we all individually, everybody that's competing at BYU will like individually go through the problem set to get familiar with different concepts. When I was like on specific teams, like preparing for NAC or Worlds, we probably did a practice contest every week, either like past like nationals or Worlds, and we just like did a simulated contest. Dr. Farrell, I think, put together like a post contest scoreboard. So we could watch the scoreboard during the contest based on when we started it.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Yeah, and then one of the things that I heard actually directly from Dr. Farrell, you can correct me if I'm wrong or imprecise, but basically what I heard is you like per use the Caddis as a site for training, and for example, there are other sites like as you know, let's say Code Forces, I don't know, like a CSCS, and then Edcoder, whatever. There's too many sites to keep track of these days, right? But can you actually comment on which sites you actually found to be most useful, and then why that's actually the case for you?
Yeah. So when I was in high school, I did a lot of problem solving on Project Euler. I think that was probably the one that was the most useful for me, because I think I learned like DP concepts very well from it, and just number theory in general. While at BYU, as you heard, we mostly use Caddis.
I see.
I've done some problems on Code Forces as well. I think I like the format of Caddis problems for most, and I think they most closely match like the format that ICPC uses, because a lot of them are past ICPC problems.
Okay, I see.
So, I think we used QOJ a lot as well. Specifically when we were training for Worlds, because I don't think you can put the past world finals problems in contests.
Yeah.
On Caddis, and so we use QFD.
Yeah. Sure. Makes sense. And then maybe would you be able to then say that for your own training, probably the single most site that was useful, well, Caddis as you said, and Project Euler are those two the main source of your where things have come from, and then maybe also dissecting into your training a little bit, like how much of a time do you actually spend on the problem? I mean, it's a very like a very overused question. I like the question by the way, but like before you actually look at the solutions, and I'm pretty sure that depends on the difficulty of the problems also, like your mood and so on. But like, what's general like approach here for you?
Generally, I'll spend 3 hours on a problem.
Wow.
Before I look at the solution.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do that every day. A lot of the times, if I don't solve a problem, I'll skip it and like go do a different problem. And it, like, if I've spent a lot of time on the same problem and haven't solved it, I'll go.
Sure. Basically, the point is like from my own experience of problem solving, like there's a natural point where you're not making any progress. And so the point is that's a good time to stop. For a problem is a dependent thing, right? Because sometimes the problem is just like a very beyond you, therefore you just have to look at it, right? But then is that actually true that like for your own like training and otherwise, it's never a good idea to skip a question because you cannot solve them?
There's a trade-off. I think in contest learning when you should move on to a different problem is really important. I think in terms of training purposes, I think unless a problem is entirely like beyond your comprehension, I think it's good to look up the solution and know what you were missing for every problem.
I see. Sure.
But I think in terms of in contest, I think it's important to be able to realize like
I mean like let's say in the actual contest, if you cannot solve a question for a couple hours, the good thing is you should skip them for sure. But in the training, I think it's because you have the luxury of like spending as much time as possible. I mean, some people just like mindlessly just spend time on some things without knowing necessarily the implication of spending so much time on it. But sometimes, that exact question you skip, the funny thing is that'll haunt you in the actual question when you actually do the actual contest, right? So I've seen that many times, which is why I'm actually telling you. I'm actually trying to confirm whether that's like a valid approach, which is, if you see a question you cannot do, well, that's a question ironically you have to spend time on because chances are when you go to the real contest, that's going to block you from doing additional question. And then in the top level contest, I'm sure that you've been to, what actually make a difference is that additional question that you cannot or can solve really will make a difference in making or breaking the case, right?
I agree.
Cool. Yeah. Great. I mean, like what I can tell you in the at the top level is because we have people like yourself who is like enthusiastic competitors who are actually budding yourself to be the ICPC, let's say contributors. I mean, you have been contributing, for a number of years, but then you're gonna do more of it in the future, and you're obviously a strong force. What I'm hoping to do as like a welcoming party to the ICPC community is make sure that you feel satisfied and you feel empowered to like do things that you like doing, right? So I mean, in some sense, if it's like not that exciting, but then you're doing it half, sort of baked way, that is not going to get you, well, maybe a couple of years, sure, but like it's not going to be like a decade or two thing, right? But then what I'm hoping to do as a community building exercise is making sure that you're fully engaged, let's say, and then you feel more than that, which is you want to contribute more because you find it genuinely exciting. I think that's really the community that we are hoping to build here. And I think through you and through other competitors who are, let's say, graduating or becoming an alumni of the World Final competitions and then future contests and so on, you can be that driving force. But especially for Brigham Young for sure, and then other universities that are, well, let's say having a health competition with you, let's say. Yeah, so I'm actually quite excited for you joining the call, of course. And then if we have an honor of getting him roped in next year, if we can try, and somehow because that will be, I think, resting on you partly, because what we need to do is, if you can take the ownership of some things that he is doing on site, and then he can be on the call for 5 minutes or whatever, while he depends on you to basically be in charge while he is actually stepping away. That'll be amazing, right? So I think I'm pretty sure I see that you have that potential. I heard from him actually directly, so I'm actually quite excited for that, let's say, opportunity to engage with you more in the future. And I think that's especially the reason why, having people like you joining the call above all is very, very exciting, because you're like me, who went, I guess I just started a couple of years ago too, and then ever since then I've been quite enthusiastic about all things and everything about ICPC, because it's a community where I really feel like they really try to make it feel like home. Yeah, so I think that's really very sad, and I think because of that, thank you so much for being a integral member of the community, and I'm sure in the future we'll have more of an exciting chat with you. So, whoa, and one thing I will mention to you is, as funny as it sounds, this is actually first time me hosting. So, the questions that I'm giving to you is a very, very light in form. But next time you join, it'll be a lot more, let's call it pointy, let's say. I'm learning as I go as well. So, yeah. Okay. So, I mean, with that being said, thanks a lot for joining the call, of course. And we have actually Jay here. If you want to say hi to Jay, Geothermal, why not? Do you guys know each other, right? Obviously. So, yeah. Cool. Yeah. All right. Amazing. So, if you have any final remarks, this will be a great time. But otherwise, I guess let's.
I don't have anything right now.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And for sure, enjoy the contest and be a great coach in the years to come, and maybe trainer, competitor, ex-competitor, and then trainer, alumni, whatever. You have a multi-titles like everyone does. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. Hey Jay, how are you? I see you again.
Well, how are you?
Good. I mean, so as you know, I'm a first timer actually doing this like a live streaming for one, and also hosting. So there are a lot of technical glitches I go through. So if you see anything that I'm doing off, then let me know next time I see you. Yeah, I mean, maybe actually for you, I don't know if you need an introduction, but why don't we do a simple introduction for yourself? If not Jay, most people will definitely know you by Geothermal. If they don't know you, then something's off, I feel. But anyway, so why don't you do a simple introduction, introduction for yourself, and then I'm happy to go through any questions you might have, and otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Jay. I started competitive programming going on 9 years ago. Did the USACO in high school. Moved over to Courses, did a lot of training. And then I was on the Swarthmore College ICPC team for about 5 years, from 2019 until the recent World Finals a couple months ago. Other than that, I've spent a lot of time on Codeforces, both competing and then live streaming some rounds a couple years ago. And I've been a legendary grandmaster since 2022. Yeah, I think that about sums it up.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of words that you mentioned. I mean, I know them, but I think some of the audience might be unfamiliar with them. So if you want to put a little bit of color to that, most of the audience, I'm sure, will know them, but I think it's good to make sure that they know exactly what you mean. So would you be able to tell us maybe Codeforces, in the context, what Legendary Grandmaster means, and what your ranks are, and what that actually implication is, and so on?
Yeah, sure. So Codeforces, for anyone who's not familiar, is probably the most popular online programming contest platform. It's where a lot of the top ICPC teams train individually. In my opinion, it's one of the best places to practice for programming contests in general. There's both very frequent live contests. I think there was actually one earlier today, as well as a massive repository of problems to practice. Anyway, and one of the fun features that Codeforces offers is a rating system, where your rating improves or decreases depending on how you do in each contest you compete in. and Legendary Grandmaster is now the second highest rank. They just added a new tourist rank for the once the top competitive forever in the world, who's known as tourist, hit 4,000, which is a new record. But anyway, and so that was something that I had been working towards for many years up to that point.
Absolutely.
And so it was a good like mark of my success up to that point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I mean, as a challenging question. I mean, more like your more of a futuristic question. Are you looking to create your own like a ranking name called Geothermal ranking?
Probably not. I mean, now that I'm working full time, I find that I don't have the energy that I used to practice afterwards, and so maybe at some point I'll get back into it. Right now, I'm more or less retired.
Oh, okay. I see.
But who knows what the future holds?
Yeah. I mean, like, I feel like just being in the live commentary and the live stream, for the ICPC community, I think that people will appreciate that for sure. Like, for example, I know that like there are 4 divisions in the North America, right? There's this one that I'm kicking off with, but tomorrow there's East Division, of course, led by Arnab Sastry, our finals judge, and I guess the week after next Saturday we have it's also the 16th. We have yours, which is South Central that you're pairing up with Colleen, I think, right? And then there's a one in the West by David Harmeyer. So I mean, in some sense, I mean, one of the things that I'm actually curious about, probably personally, is what actually makes it motivating for you to be, to continue to do the training and otherwise for like let's say extended period of time here. It's been around 10 years, but what makes it what's in the game for you? And maybe I'm actually asking this question maybe on behalf of a lot of audience members who might watch this in the future. Like what motivates you, so that some of the people in the audience will feel that same motivation factor, then they'll be more relatable to you, and they may be able to push themselves beyond their comfort boundary a little bit more, right?
Yeah. So I think it's a combination of 2 things. The first, which I think is common between pretty much everyone who does this activity, is that I just enjoy solving the problems. Sure. Both in the sense like I can see a lot of beautiful ideas, and it's really satisfying when I've been working on a problem for a while and I finally like find the piece I was missing and get it solved. And so in that sense, I find taking part in contests really rewarding. I'm also a very competitive person, and to me, it's a fun competitive outlet. I also enjoy being able to see myself improve over time. Code Force's rating has been great for this because even though like someday I have some good days and some bad days, that's helped me see that over time I gradually am like learning more than I knew before.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think I think there's a bit of a cultural divide on that, just because there's some people in the community who view competitive programs to be done like just for the love of the problems. But I think I'm definitely on the more competitive end, and so there's a wide range.
I see. And I mean, another question that might be a follow-up to this is, because you mentioned that like a full-time job, like I know that you're working in New York and such, but in some sense, I mean, there are 2 questions to this related, but a little bit separate. One is your competitive programming experience. Did it actually help you in getting your current job, and also maybe does it help you in your current job? And then as a separate but like a related question is, because you're working in the industry and that's actually taking a lot of your time, I'm sure. Do you actually find it find yourself some time to engage in competitive programming activities, and then do you see yourself as a educator in this arena in the years to come, or how do you see your sort of future evolving with respect to competitive programming, if you haven't thought about it?
Yeah, so just starting with your first few questions, I think so I'm currently a trader, and so I would say that my competitive programming experience has been tangentially helpful in the sense that or when you're interviewing for these jobs, there are a lot of like probability, expected value problems that intersect somewhat with the topics that come up on programming contests. Yeah. The math contest training that I did in high school has also been pretty helpful for this purpose. I would say that on the job, it's been helpful, but not in the ways that I think most people would expect. The style of even though a lot of the work that we do involves coding, the type of coding that I do in the office feels very different from what I do in programming contests. I don't think I've ever needed to write Dijkstra's algorithm for in my 6 months here. On the other hand, especially in a job like trading that at times can involve a lot of quick decision making, I think that being able to work well under pressure, which is a skill that I learned from doing lots of contests, was helpful both in the interview process, navigating a high stress day, and in actual job and in the actual job at times. And so I think it has been helpful to learn how to make quick decisions, to like break down a problem into more manageable pieces, and even just to think about how I can learn and improve over time. One of the most valuable things I took away from programming contests was learning how to like try a problem, and if I couldn't solve it, think critically about like what was I missing, how would I come up with the same idea in the future, that sort of thing. And so I found that to be a very helpful skill in other facets of my life as well.
Yeah, nice.
And and then in terms of my future, I'm not sure yet. And I think I did like recently I'm obviously just getting started here. I'm keeping pretty busy, and so mostly when I come home, my inclination is to turn my brain off. Since it's a pretty intense job, and so I would say there's a range, but I think like in terms of jobs that lots of competitive programmers likes to go on, I think like the finance industry is on the more intense end in terms of the hours people are working, although on that end, my job isn't too bad, but also like the extent to which you really need to be fully powered on at work. Like I can't so much just like turn off for an hour or two during the day, and so because of that, I find that I have much less energy to practice than I did when I was a student, for example. But as I get settled more, and it's always possible that I'll make me a return. We'll just have to see. I feel like I'm still very much getting settled in.
Sure. I mean, and then like I know that I actually don't know if this applies to everyone who is doing competitive programming, but you can actually comment on that because I'm getting used to the competitive programming community, so I don't think I know let's say everything about some of the inclination of the participants and the students who are in it. But like I know that at some point you're considering between going to PhD or academia, and then also the industry. So I think that a lot of people in the the audience of this conversation will really find it valuable to hear from the top competitor or amongst the top competitors, like what you think of the going to PhD and then like academic path, like because it is first of all, PhD takes 5 to 7 years, and then the tenure track takes about 6 to 7 years, or something like that. So that's a lot of time to burn, right? So opportunity cost can be quite huge if you choose to take on that path, and then the end result is actually not even clear, because I mean once you finish a PhD, you have to get to the tenure track professorship, and then you have to get the tenure and so on. So I guess the point that I'm trying to deliver here is I'm sure you gave quite a bit of thought into this, and so if so, would you be able to offer for some of the people in the audience, and actually including myself maybe, like what your decision process has been for getting you to your current position, and then as you said, like the future holds, that's to be found out, but the funny thing is I don't even know what my future holds as well. So there is that aspect to this, which is there's a lot of stochastic process unknowns in the future, but like barring that, what actually made you choose this path that you choose, and like whether you actually find the day-to-day job that you have actually exciting for you to continue.
So let's see, a lot of pieces to that. Exactly. I would say in terms of like my process. So in college, I was mostly oriented towards going into academia. My thinking there was that I thought more likely than not it was going to be the path that I would want to go down, and I also felt like it would be harder for me to go from industry to academia than it would be for me to go from academia to industry. I felt like my competitive programming skills would help me get past resume screens in industry and get through. I mean, you would be surprised. I actually when I was applying for a trading job last fall, I was resume rejected rejected on 80% or so of my
What?
applications.
Really? What?
I mean, I think it's harder because I wasn't a new grad. I was like applying for 2024 grad positions, and I graduated in 2023. But anyway, I thought that would likely be the easier direction to go in if my first choice ended up being wrong, and I also felt like the experience that I would gain preparing for an academic job would also be useful in industry, which has been the case. I think there's, especially like well, sorry, I'll get into this more in a moment. But anyway, so in college, I spent my summers doing various like econ research jobs. My initial plan was to go into an econ PhD program and hopefully do some work at the intersection of economics and computer science. I was particularly interested in mechanism design, which is the idea that if game theory is how you study games to figure out what the equilibrium strategies are, mechanism design is the science of designing games so that the equilibrium strategies will have some desirable properties.
Right.
And anyway, so that was something that I was interested in. And in economics, it's traditional or I guess it's now it's a new tradition for people to go out and work as research assistants for a few years before entering grad school. And so I took such a position at the University of Chicago when I graduated. And it was a good job. I would say I quickly realized that like continuing in academia wasn't the right fit for me personally. Some of this was that in economics, I think empirical work is increasingly taking priority over theory. But I also found that like the pace of academic work, where you can be spending months to years on a single project, and where there are a lot of administrative hurdles to getting things done, lots of referee comments to address, that sort of thing, would be a little frustrating. Since something that I enjoy about many things, including competitive programming, is speed and fast pace. I like thinking about something quickly coming up with a good solution and then moving on to the next thing, rather than like figuring out the main result and then spending a bunch of time working to do like little like robustness checks to appease the referees. So that was a big part of it to me. I think something that I wasn't thinking about so much at the time, but I have appreciated now, is that in industry it's a lot easier to settle down in one place. Like I don't feel like, oh, I'm gonna my apartment is just temporary, I'm gonna be moving out in a year, anything like that. And so that's been really nice. Obviously, like more financial stability than if I had gone on to grad school, and so that all has been really nice.
I see. I mean, So, continue. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. I will say like I think my point is not like academia is bad. I would say that there are definitely hurdles that people have to be aware of. It's not all perfect, and I would say it's probably the right place for you if you have like some area that you're interested in thinking about, where you just like won't be happy if you can't spend your days doing research into that particular thing.
Exactly.
Like I do find that in industry there is less freedom over what you think about. It has especially when you're fairly junior, and so there is that trade-off.
Absolutely.
And but I think like my advice if I was talking to someone is that like if you felt like industry probably makes more sense as a default, but then if you feel like it really just isn't an environment in which you can be happy, then by all means, look, academia is worth pursuing.
I see. So if I were to give it like a one-line I guess the summary of what you mentioned, is it fair to say that in the academic setting, especially in the economics research that you're involved in for the mechanism design in particular, the pace at which you want versus as a competitor programmer versus how it was actually moving in the academic setting, that there was a pace mismatch, or let's say pace. You'd rather make it go much faster, but there's an inherent slowdown that you are not, let's say, looking forward to.
So something like that. I mean, I think it's kind of an idiosyncratic preference of mine. So I know. Even in programming contests, like I wasn't the person who like wanted to sit with the same problem for hours, or like come back to it for weeks and weeks. I'm like very, very much not in the camp of like you should never read editorials and keep working on any problem until you solve it independently, things like that. And I think all of that is like was maybe a signal that academia might not be the right fit for me personally.
I see. Like it's like in a sense, it's a more of a marathon versus a sprint kind of situation, if I were
Right.
to speak. And then like you like sprinting for sure. That's everyone knows I think. But I guess when it comes to like a marathon, it does require some like a different perspective, I guess, at least at the very least, that makes it like quite hard to engage in a like a longer period of time. If you're not fully bought into the idea of doing that exact problem for such a long time, right? I mean, because I asked the question to you because I have that exact sort of situation too, which actually, in some sense, made it a little bit tougher to do the academic pursuit, because one of the things that happened to me was it was a bit too much, I think, to focus on one problem only singularly and nothing else for such an extended period of time. But the actual issue was, I mean, if I like the behavior of doing so, then I would not care about it, right, too much. But there is a one thing they have to drive for, which is you have to have some kind of result, positive or negative, that actually kind of seal the deal at the end. And then the thing is, these two objectives are, if you think about it, a little bit incompatible to each other, because one of them makes it so that it takes much longer for you to actually get results, but the other portion is you have to get the results to actually make a career advancement, especially earlier on in the academic career, right? So I think that's one portion that makes me a bit uneasy about doing the academic like a endeavor. I mean, especially on the research side. But I guess the flip side to that is the professor does two things. One is research, and the other is teaching. The funny thing is, in the research institute, typically people do not put such a heavy emphasis on the teaching side, but like a teacher in, like, I guess, some liberal arts school, or maybe like the lecturers or like a part-time teachers, they care about that only and nothing else, right? So in some sense, I'm wondering, for your case, is that something that you're open to consider, like being a teacher? Or, I mean, I know that you're obviously a trainer and such, but in the academic institution, being a teacher, slash being a coach for these things. I mean, this programming contest and these things can be a happy compromise. I mean, which is one of the reasons why I'm doing it right now. But like, I'm just wondering, for your case, if it's something that you're open to consider, or how do you reconcile this, I guess, for now?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I would consider in the long term. Right now, I'm happy in my current job, but
it's busy.
Yeah, so like, I don't. I mean, things can change, obviously, but right now, I don't really see myself leaving in the short to medium term. But certainly, like, when in the long run, if I'm looking for something different, that's I think teaching is something that's on my mind.
No, I mean, like, you can do what I do, which is like do a part-time teaching. Who knows, right? But like, with your skill set, I am like a super confident that if you're interested in on teaching side, they'll like embrace you with, I mean, probably like open arms and more. They might just create a home for you. Anyway, okay. And then I guess maybe the other side of the question is, the competitive programming as a journey. I mean, I often hear is a bit lonely at times, right? Because I mean, as a like competitor in Code Forces, I'm pretty sure you noticed that too. But it's an individual contest, right? Which is in contrast to ICPC, which is a team contest. And so, for the future competitors in the ICPC who is trying to do well in the World Final context, and I know that for your case, you won the award in the World Finals. Got a medal in the Astana one, right? So I'm wondering. There must be a difference between individual training versus like a team training. And so, how do you actually make a transition, or how do you actually train better when it comes to like a contest that is so focused on sometimes on the team effort, and maybe like maybe working well with your teammates and so on. So like, some teams I know have a divide and conquer approach, where you divide the problems into third, and then like each of them do that, and then towards the end they merge and whatever. And the other model is they kind of work together from the beginning to the end. But I'm just wondering, from your perspective of your training so far, which one you found to be most useful, and if you have a rationale for choosing that approach over the others. I think I want to have two open ears to listen to you, actually.
Yeah. So in terms of I guess to address the first part of your question, in terms of training, I think one of the most valuable things you can do is even if you aren't in a place where there are a lot of other competitors around you who are excited about reaching the top levels, there are a lot of online communities on Code Forces, various Discord servers, that sort of thing. And so I would recommend going to somewhere like that, finding some peers, ideally people who are who are roughly around your ability, so that you can. I feel like I've gotten a lot of inspiration over the years from not just from like interacting with people who are maybe a little bit stronger than I am. Yeah, with getting that feeling that like if they can do it, why can't I? And so in that sense, that both like gave me a community to discuss problems with and to learn from, and it gave me like motivation to keep improving. For team contests, I don't think a whole lot about training change, other than that I think it's really important to get some reps in and to do frequent practice contests. So my team and I, we were all working, and my teammates were actually heroes for this because one of them is in Pacific time in the U.S.
Oh, I see.
And the other is currently working in Singapore.
Oh, wow.
And
okay.
so we have, I think that's like a 15-hour time difference, something like that.
From the Pacific,
and so,
that's right. Yeah.
And so one of my teammates, the contest started at 6 a.m.
Oh my.
And for the other, they started at I think either 9 or 10 p.m. And so it was a really impressive commitment from both of them. I had it easy. It was 9 a.m. starts for me. But anyway, so in spite of that, like we all every week for about 3 months leading up to the World Finals, got on a Discord call, opened up a virtual contest, and worked through it together. And I think certainly like I would have wanted to get more individual practice in. It was a bit hard because of my work schedule. Yeah. And it would have been nice to do things like going to one of the ICPC training camps that's popped up. That would have been easier to do if we were students still. Sure. But I do think it helped a lot that we all like made that commitment to at least like get one practice contest in every week. And so then we had time to like try a lot of different strategies, see how we work best together, and that sort of thing before the contest.
Yeah, and I guess
in terms of,
go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say like to answer the second part of your question, in terms of the strategy that we ended up settling on, so I'm generally the fastest at most implementation on my team. I think my teammates both have like a couple of skill sets that they're particularly good at. So one of them, for example, is the only one on our team who will ever touch geometry, and the other I think handles like some like brute force or nasty implementation problems, but is also good at like reading problems and coming up with some of the observations that I can then turn into like a final implementation. And so that means that I'll typically spend most of the contest on the computer, and after we all like work through the easy problems together, my teammate Runzi, who focuses on geometry, will just skip ahead to the geometry problem, start thinking about it even if it looks really hard, and then whenever I'm not typing, he can get going on that problem, start typing it up, and that way we have enough computer time to get it finished before the end of the contest. That was what happened in the 2022 NEC. Yeah. We got the geometry problem in that contest accepted right around the 4-hour mark, but we started typing the first code much sooner than that. I think he was like gradually editing his idea and resubmitting like for several hours during the contest in between like my time coding on the other problems. Yep. Absolutely. And so anyway, and so that basically makes sure that we can get the time when I'm not on the computer used in an efficient way.
I see. So
yeah, and then sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just finishing up, and so most of our contests when we were training for this World Finals, and I think the actual contest also looked mostly like this, involved like me sort of more progressing through the set more linearly, while my teammates jumped to like the problems that they were best suited to solve. Yeah.
Cool. And I mean, there are like I think two questions that they immediately come to my mind. But one question is, I mean, maybe you can comment on this because I'm pretty sure you looked at all the World Final questions, and a related question to that is actually just like about the problem solving itself. But the World Finals questions, is it true that over the years it has become a lot hairier in terms of implementations? And in particular, I think we saw that in Astana. There are some questions that are very implementation heavy, and then whether you can actually comment on the trends in that regard. And another portion is as a team composition, is it usually the best to have like someone who is good at like implementation like yourself, and then someone who is like good at like a theoretical thinking, like let's say math, Olympiads and so on, such, and then maybe third person who is really specialized in geometry, because the geometry problems tend to be a little bit different in a sense that they require precisions, and these things are a little bit quite easy to make mistakes on. And then maybe related to that question is if you're training in the practice, like do you actually go through and make sure that you can do all the questions in them, like in the world finals level? I asked the question because there are some questions that like I saw, and frankly speaking, I think I kind of know what to do in terms of implementation, but still I don't want to necessarily go through the implementation myself, because I know that it'll be painful to go through them, for one, and two, like no one in the actual world finals actually solved those questions, right? So maybe if you can comment on this three-part question. Maybe it's a little bit too much, but yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, in terms of trends in the world finals over time, I think like nasty implementation has just always been a part of the world finals.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I thought based on like I think the 2022-23 world finals were better than average in this regard. I thought those were probably the best world final sets ever. 2024, I actually don't think that the implementation was too bad for the most part. I did think they ended up reusing a lot of pretty well-known ideas within the community at that point. But anyway, so I would say implementation difficulty has been roughly constant over time. I do think that probably in aggregate the problems have gotten harder over the years, but it varies quite a bit. And let's see, in terms of team compositions, I think what you described makes sense. I certainly think it's good to have a designated geometry person, just because geometry has a lot of like very niche pitfalls that you just won't pick up if you aren't actively training for geometry problems. And so that was something that I really appreciated about Renzi, is that he realized in our first year that geometry was a significant weakness for our team. And so he was just thinking like, how am I going to contribute? And he just decided that he was just going to learn everything that he could about geometry and just be that person who can solve any ICPC geometry problem that we come up against. And so and that worked, and that like ended up getting us the problem that pushed us into second to NAC. So if you're on an ICPC team, first of all, like having a designated geometry person is good, but also like thinking about your practice contest and thinking like, what does our team need? How can I like contribute in that way that we're currently missing is a really valuable thing you can do. And then, sorry, can you remind me right? And then in terms of whether you need to answer or to know how to solve every problem, I would say I think it's more important to focus on maybe like the one or two next problems that you didn't solve in the contest. I don't think I think like it can cost a lot of time to figure out a problem that's way above your team's level. I think you also will probably take less away, which I think is a little bit surprising, because some people might think like, oh, well, a hard problem has like more interesting ideas. Surely, like all else equal, you'll learn more from solving a problem the harder it is. But the catch is that when you think about a problem that's just barely outside of your reach, you'll be close enough that you can really understand like what's the one missing piece that you would have needed in order to get this problem in contest. And so in that sense, reflecting on those problems can be really valuable. If you solve a problem that's way above your difficulty level, you can maybe understand like how the pieces fit together to solve that particular problem. But I think it's not very likely that you're going to be able to apply those same ideas in the future.
Absolutely.
And so in that sense, I think the most valuable thing to do is like finish any problems that you attempted during the contest but didn't solve. Maybe try like one more problem that a lot of other teams got that you missed. But then it doesn't make sense to try and like go for the retrospective all kill on every contest you do.
I see. So I mean, I think all of the questions I think are actually quite like similar to what I expected. But I guess the another thing is I feel like I can ask like 1,000 different questions to you. Actually, you're the source of inspiration for many, including myself. Actually, so but I think that the interview time was actually a little bit too short. Maybe next year, if I do it again, we can make it 1 hour, like geothermal, like a special session if you're interested. But yeah, I mean, thanks a lot for
do you have
coming by.
if you I don't have anything immediately after this, so do you have another guest coming on?
Yeah, you have a list
great.
of guests, but this year. But I think what I'm gonna do next year is have a little bit longer version, because I mean, what I noticed is for every person that comes to like this session, we need more time, which is, I think, a good thing. It's actually better than having it so that there's nothing to talk about. I think we do have plenty of things to talk about and more. So thanks a lot for offering such an invaluable, I think, learning for many in the community to enjoy, for sure. And I think in years to come, I'm pretty sure your contribution in the ICPC will probably hopefully grow. And that's my hope, is to as an enthusiastic community member, to make it so that it's I guess great community for everyone to come and be call the ICPC community be your home, right? Maybe a second home. But yeah, thanks a lot, Jay, for coming by, for sure, Geothermal, and or Jay, sorry, and I'm sure we'll see each other very soon. Cool.
Looks like it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hey, James, are you there?
Hey, how are you?
Good. Actually, give me 1 moment. Sorry. It's a little bit of a. Yeah. 1 moment. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. Yeah.
No problem.
All right. Thanks a lot for your waiting, James. Are you ready for the integration? Wait, did I say integration? It's interview, so it's fine. Like, it's not a job interview or anything, so you can get your guards down. It's fine. Yeah. So I guess first of all, would you like to introduce yourself? I do that for every session, so let's start with that.
Yeah, sure. So, hey everyone, I'm James. I graduated from Purdue in computer engineering back in 2022, and then Cornell Tech for grad school back in 2023, also for computer engineering. Since then, I've been working as a software engineer in New York City, and I'm doing kind of competitive programming stuff on the side just for fun.
On the side, I thought it was your main hobby or a main thing, but okay. I mean,
Yeah.
and I guess another thing that I want to maybe add on that profile. I mean, first of all, I had a blessing or a great opportunity to work with, I think, James and many others. And I guess in the context of ICPC Foundation internship, and I guess one of the actually invaluable experience that I got out of so far in the ICPC community is actually my ability to actually witness all the great talents that came by in the ICPC Foundation internship, right? So maybe would you be able to comment on that regard, like like within the context of ICPC community so far, what has your learning been, and then have you been enjoying it? Please say you do. And then maybe all the other things that let's say that you cherish within the community, and then what actually makes you excited about this community.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the most important things for me, and one of the reasons that really drew me to it, was if you want to really improve at something, whatever it is, if it's something technical, if it's going to the gym, learning a new language, like whatever, you want to keep it close to you. So you want to be able to be a part of something where you're putting in some consistent effort, And I think with ICPC being able to be a part of an actual community, not just kind of by myself on weekends or whatever, doing problems like every now and then. I know, the first time I heard about it and when I met you for the first time was during your interview workshops that you did at Cornell when I was there for grad school. And I think that was the first time I had actually been a part of something with an actual community kind of in that regard. And it was a total game changer. It was just a totally different vibe, it was a totally different experience. And it was something that I really enjoyed and something that I was really looking forward to continue after I graduated. And yeah, ICPC has definitely been great. Definitely delivered in that regard. I've been enjoying it a lot. I think, one of the things that I've noticed through my shorter time in the industry is that the people who I really look up to and the people who to me seem to be at the top, they put in the time, like they practice, outside of their work hours, and seeing me where I am now and seeing where I want to be, it seems like that's really the way to go. And so again, to be a part of a community where I'm not the only one with that goal, I'm not the only one with that interest, that's been a really invaluable experience for me.
Yeah, I mean, like, is it fair to say that if you want to become the best at something, then you ought to spend maybe some time on it for sure, but the amount of time that you have to spend really is commensurate to how much of a passionate person you are in that regard. And I think that that actually shows over time. And I think the point being that if you put that, well, I think that there is a colloquial term for this, like a grinding, right? If you grind on that subject matter for a long time, and then you kind of keep that interest going and the passion going. I mean, like a lot of people, I'm sure, can spend like a year or two, and they, after that they get frustrated or whatever is that they just got distracted and they don't do it. Then they may not become the best. But the point is, if you're consistently putting the effort and the time, and let's say you're surrounded with the community members who want to do it together with you, and then not only that, you can actually shape the future of those newcomers who are in the community already. I mean, you may feel that, I guess, I felt that way too, in some sense, is we are new, and the fact that we are new is actually a good thing, because in some sense we can bring up more exciting people like us into the community and make a change, to make it more exciting for them. And then whatever it is for me, then I can tell them, hey, this is the reason why I'm doing this, and that's what makes me excited about this particular thing, right? So in some sense, the fact that you are the member of the ICPC Foundation internship, and I mean, as I tell you all the time, I mean, this is also a colloquial thing as well, but like in some organizations, it's easy to enter, but impossible to exit. I'll not name the community. I'm sure you're aware of a couple of them, but let's not say what they are. But ICPC could be one of those too. Like you are in, then you're in forever. And I think that is one of the exciting portion, in my opinion, of ICPC. As in, the barrier of entering is so low, but then once you are in it, then you see a lot of community country members who are just above and beyond excited. I mean, in some sense, you don't actually know why they're excited in these things until you get to know more about them. And what I can guarantee you, based on my interaction so far with every community member that are so jealous about their endeavor, is that something is in them that motivates them to do what they're doing. First of all, it's a volunteer organization. It's not let's say, for most people, it's not paid organization, right? So there must be something that drives them to push their needle in this regard. And I'm glad that, in my opinion, that I had a great chance so far, or blessing, let's say, to have an interaction with you in the, as you said, in Cornell Tech first one, but then I lured into you to join the ICPC community. And now you're, potentially one of the integral members of the community, and now you're making a difference already. And I think that you also personally went through some transformational experiences of interview being one of the, not so easy ones. And now you can say more or less confidently, oh, like interviews are not the easy, like the hard part. Maybe being a doing well in the behavioral portion could be the one, right? So in some sense, the fact that you actually went through all that training and now you can confidently say so, I think is really what I think I truly value about this organization. As in, I went in, or I did my first contest, I think, back in, I don't know, early 2010s, but then the point is at the time I didn't know what to expect. But then I came out with, a lot of blessing. And like, I think now I can say some of the identity of myself is shaped by the people in the ICPC community. So I think, that to me is and your testimony also on top is actually what makes me really feel about contributing more to this community. And I think because of that reason, I'm hooked up once, and therefore, well, I'll probably never be able to unhook it. Yeah, so I guess, James, do you have any last minute thoughts or things to say? Otherwise, I will have Tony Logar to speak us to, as a next guest, esteemed guest here. So.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks for having me on. It's nice to talk to you.
Absolutely. Thanks, James.
Have
See
a
you
good one.
soon. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, Tony, how are you? Hey. Woo.
Hey.
Yay, you're in. How are you?
Here we are. We're on. We're live.
Woohoo! I was like hunting for you the entire. No. Anyway, I mean, I know that it's like if they do not know you, I think they have to shape know the ICPC community better. But maybe would you like to introduce yourself briefly before we actually get down with the serious business?
Serious business. Well. Let me introduce myself, and let me also say thank you for inviting me to be on this broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
I'll introduce myself, and then I want to say a couple things about you.
Oh.
First about me. My name is Tony Logar. I'm the director of ICPC North America, and also the director of the ICPC North America Championship. Mm-hmm. And what does it mean to be the director of ICPC North America? Well, as you know, there are 11 regions in North America, and my job is to facilitate those 11 regions. So whatever people need, my job is to make sure they get what they need so that we can run these contests, help to organize, collaborations and share best practices and get folks together as we do on a regular basis to discuss what's working for us so that we can all just make this contest better for everybody.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So that's who I am. That's what I do. And I guess I should say I'm one of these people who bottom up. I participated in the ICPC as a contestant when I was in college. I then became a coach for, oh my gosh, 35 years, I know. And then became the deputy director of North America and then the director of North America. So, and I also help quite a bit with the Mid-Central region. I happen to know the RCP Mid-Central very well. So I've done most of the jobs. I've written some problems. I've helped write solutions. I've done most of the jobs, but I have never hosted a live broadcast. And,
maybe you're the next one.
Oh no! It's a job I don't ever want to do. I'm so glad there are people like you and people like Lydia to make all this happen because it's definitely not in my wheelhouse. Yeah. I'll be happy to give you a lecture on anything, but hosting a live broadcast is terrifying to me.
I mean, to me, it's a blessing because you get to talk to so many different people at such a concentrated amount of time. No. Anyway. Sure.
So I said I was going to introduce myself, but also I want to say something about you. I don't know. I didn't catch your introduction of yourself, and I don't know if most people know just how important you are to both ICPC North America and ICPC worldwide, the global organization. You probably don't want to brag on yourself, so I'll do it for you a little bit. But Christian running the internship program, the website development, and everybody, it's a website. It's just a website. You have no idea how much, let's say, how much people skill is required to get people to change their websites. It requires strong persuasion, and you've been just a tremendous champion for that. Also, you work with Greater New York and the whole East Division. You write problems. You're a judge. You've helped out Mid-Central with their problems. You run training camps online. You work on the training camps for the North America Championship. You did a fantastic job at the Competitive Learning Institute in Astana, and I'm really looking forward to the next one because that was really an astonishingly great program that you put together. And you're working with Tomasz on ICPC Challenge worldwide, which is recently you were in China, working on a challenge. And I only have one. My question for you is, when do you sleep?
I mean, in my opinion, sleep is luxury, right? Like you can get it whenever you can, but it's a similar thing as like a luxury food, whatever. You get it when you can, but if you can't, I mean, yeah. I mean,
well,
like,
I'm in awe of what you are able to accomplish with your days. Let me say that. And you have a really high ranking programming score.
I mean, like that. I think a lot of people like have a. I mean, at least 39 people have better rankings than me.
Oh yeah, well, you know, how many people are on the planet now? 7 billion. Oh, I'm only top 40. Yeah, okay.
Sure. So, I mean, I'm actually grinding and try to see if I can rank higher in that whenever I have some time, actually. The last couple of weeks have been occupied, as you know, by the regional contest. Yeah, but I mean, thanks a lot for the. I mean, to my like a very close peers, I do brag every time, and they're like, "Oh my god, again!" But like to general public, I don't tend to do that. So thanks a lot for actually.
Yeah, of course. I think, and you know, you're like so many of the people at ICPC. You work behind the scenes. You're not out front necessarily.
Yeah, absolutely.
People don't know how much work that you do, and I heard you commenting just a few minutes ago how there must be a passion that drives people, and you obviously have a passion for this contest because you give so much. You give so much, and I just want you to know how much I appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, for me the one line sort of like a summary as to what drives me in this community. Actually, I think a lot of it is actually what I got from it when I started. I think that's really a good summary of what it is. Because I mean, when I started, I mean, I think I described that to a few people that I talked to. You know, from time to time, but like I was pure math, started out as a pure math, and then I moved on to computer science. But then I think it was my brother actually who told me, hey, if you want to, you know, transition fast into this computer science, how little did I know how crazy of a contest ICPC was. I was like, okay, like how do I do this? And he's like, just get on it, like just solve some questions, and you know you'll eventually get okay. And then I'm like, okay, so I started. And that's what got me hooked in this, because you know, I mean, I thought that pure math is a good path, but then it's a very hard path. So I had to make a pivot. But then computer science came to light, and I was like, how do I do this as fast as I can? And ICPC community is when that actually got me into this, because you know I went to the local contest. I don't know whether you know this as a side story, but I had a negative 22 compiler errors in my first ever contest in a local contest. And then from there, you know, like I grinded hard, I guess. And the next year, you know, I got better and then better. But, you know, best place I got in local contest is 4th, which is one away from World Finals, right? So, you know, in some sense, I think that is what got me really super hooked up to this. I mean, if I went to the World Finals and I just did okay job, then maybe that was the end of it. But the thing is, I always wanted to prove to myself actually, to not others necessarily, but to myself, that I can actually do most of the questions that come up in the ICPC. And then I still think I have a lot of way to go in terms of improvement, but I guess in some sense that like a passion to drive to get to the next level, I think is the constant value that I uphold to myself now because of this experience I had, right? So I think that's really what actually hooked me even now, and that's what actually is driving me to solve additional questions in this various online platform, because as a coach, I feel I'm in some sense morally and maybe even actually I'm obligated to know most of the things I teach. In order to teach something, I need to really know it well to make sure that other people can resonate with my learning. And so what I'm doing now is to, before I ask them to do something, I do them myself first to know how much of work it is, and then I can do them. And then others will follow because they're like, oh, this guy did it, well, then I probably should do it too, right? Because I'm not only a coach, and then there is a competitor who actually really have to make a difference. I think that is really what's with me, and then I think that's really the key as to what drives me every day, actually. So, I mean, with that being said, I think it's a floor is for you, actually, not for me. So, like, one of the things I actually had a question on is, I asked this question actually to everyone. Like, it's not just for you, but like, what's in for you? Like, in some sense, you've done everything in the North America context in World Finals. I do know that you go to the World Finals to help the behind the scene things every year, and then like when I was actually there, what I noticed is you're one of the first person to ever arrive to the office, and you're one of the last person to leave every day. And to me, it's like, wow, she's been doing this for like 20 plus years, and she's still doing this. This what amazes me actually. And so
I wish it was only 20, Christian.
Or like 40, or like actually around my age time, I think that's what it is, like 30, 40, something like that. I'm like,
I think I've probably been involved in ICPC longer than you've been alive.
Yeah,
that's
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
That's a sobering thought for me, believe me.
Like,
but your question's a good one. What's in it for me? And it's a question I'm happy to answer, because I would love to encourage more people to get involved in ICPC, because the rewards far outweigh the work. It really does. And you might say, well, what kind of rewards are you getting? Free chocolates or something? No. It's, to me, there is nothing, genuinely nothing, that I enjoy more than solving problems with smart people.
Yep.
That's it. I get to work with some of the smartest people in the world, and we solve really hard problems. And if that doesn't excite you, then maybe this isn't for you. But boy, if it does, and it should, then this is the place for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, the point is, like, in addition to that, like, they would do that with the sense of appreciation too, and the sense of belonging, and the fact that they really feel empowered by the leadership and everyone else to really push their boundary too, right? Like, I mean, that's one thing I noticed, which is, sometimes it's actually not the case in, some of the workplaces that you go. It's like, you have to do some divide and conquer stuff and whatever, and that really can be, you have to be kind of quite careful not to step on anyone's toe. But in this context of volunteer organization, I think actually one of the reasons why this actually happens is because it's a volunteer organization, and just like to me, it's a magic / blessing that I get to work with you, but then in a term that is really friendly, right? I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, there are stressful times and whatever. I mean, like, I don't think that. I mean, we do actually. I've been to the point where we yell at each other. So I mean, that's a great. Cause I mean, I'll listen to you more than yell at you. But the point is, like, I don't think I've seen a single organization where you really feel valued and appreciated about the work that you do, and feel empowered to do more of it, because everyone's so thirsty for the excellence, right? It's just like how many of organizations do you go where everyone is doing it for free? Well, seemingly free, but like the point is, like, as you said, you get more out of it than you actually give. I mean, which is like a magic to me, right?
I've served on many boards of directors, and all of them doing good things. Don't get me wrong, but I've never seen anything like the ICPC. It is a singular organization in the passion that the volunteers bring to the organization. And if that appeals to you, come on and join the team, because we have plenty of room for you. The number of things that ICPC has going, everybody thinks about the World Finals. Yeah, World Finals is great. It's a wonderful thing to do, but the ICPC is so much more than that. If you start at the bottom, there are high school contests.
Oh, yeah. And then,
there are Division II contests where the teams can't even advance to the World Finals, and they're there because of what competitive programming adds to their skill set, which, by the way, is a lot. Competitive programming adds a lot. I always put my head on my desk when the students would stand up in some sort of an assembly and tell other students, you really should be on the programming team because you'll learn way more than you learn in class, which is not exactly a ringing endorsement of my classes, but it is true. You will learn different things, and you will learn the things that you know better.
And then
in a competitive environment than if you do them out, just as homework in the library.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess like, in some sense, the testimonies that we just shared in this meeting between you and me, I mean, everybody's watching this, and then I'm pretty sure a lot of them will be attracted by the very things that we just said, which is empowerment and let's say joy of working together and these things, right? So pretty sure hopefully they will have a increase of volunteer pool in the years to come. And that's really what I'm in for in this particular like the live stream, which is excitement that they see from me and the excitement that they see from everyone who joins the call. They'll like obviously resonate with it and hopefully join the camp and make it more exciting for everyone to enjoy. Yeah.
I certainly hope so, and we will probably, if you are interested in writing problems, it's an excellent place to start. Or if you want to work at an event, contact your RCDs and find a way to get involved in the local contests.
And the funny thing is, Etienne and Simanto came by before, and then they sold pretty well about why problem solving and judging and problem setting can be exciting. So I think we are all in it for it together, and that's the same mission for us is to make it exciting for the participants at the end of the day to enjoy the contest and whatever. But I mean, in some sense, maybe you have some last final remarks about I guess how you want to like push in the future the ICPC North America as a director and others.
My goals are always to facilitate the regional contests. Of course, it's all about me getting people what they need in order to do their jobs, but also to help people to expand our outreach. I want as many people as possible to have the opportunity to participate in the contests, whether you are at a level that you're headed for the world finals or not. It's like I said, the skill set that you learn is so important, and so we're trying to engage more schools, more high school students. More just people all over the place to give people more opportunities for people who are out there, I guess is what I want to say.
And I think it's great because I think in this call just now, we have Arup here who is actually doing exactly that, high school contest for a number of years. And I'm actually learning from him to make it possible in New York region as well. And, Simanto earlier, he has a high school contest there as well. Learning from all those people makes it ever more exciting, I feel. So.
Well, hello, Arup, and thank you so much for all the work that you do on those contests.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, nice to see everybody.
Wow, wait, you're dressed up. Maybe I should dress up man.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, no, today was my first day of junior night, the volunteer program where we teach programming to area high school kids. So I usually on the first day at least want to make a good impression, so I dress up.
Yeah. I mean, see, like you just came on from the high school outreach, and we were just talking about this. So you're doing amazing work, Arup, and that's why you're my hero.
Thank you.
Anyway.
And I'll sign off. Thanks again for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Tony, and it's a blessing to have you here. So. All right. So hi, Arup. Sorry about a little bit of a couple minutes delay here, but
oh, not at all. Not at all. Right on time, actually.
Hopefully, you are on the game for I think that you'll have the 15 minutes or so, and then I guess.
Okay. Perfect.
I think that like what I found out is for everyone in this meeting, like what I found is I have a very engagement can go for like our system. So I think next time, not 15 minutes, but more like 30 minutes. I think we'll try to shoot for.
Yeah, I know. 15 minutes is good. I actually have something else I eventually have to do.
Cool. Yeah.
So yeah, I need to get out of this time. So
sure. Absolutely.
But yeah, no, 15 minutes is great.
Great. So I guess one of the first things that I asked for everyone to do is, I mean, I know you. I'm sure Lydia knows you, and a lot of people in the community knows you. But in the general public, you want to give a good impression of introduction. So, well, you're dressed up, which is nice for the occasion. Well, would you like to introduce yourself briefly?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Arup Guha. I am an instructor at the University of Central Florida, and I have served as one of the programming team coaches there for about the last 22 years. I think I started in 2002 or 2003. In addition to helping coach the ICPC team at UCF, I've been involved with a number of programs related to competitive programming. I helped teach a summer high school camp called Summer Institute at UCF Competitive Programming Camp. It's a 2-week summer camp expressly for competitive programming in July. In addition, during the school year, we have this program called Junior Nights that I was previously talking about. So area high school students can come to UCF and learn programming. That one's kind of more general, but we have offered 3 classes in that program, and one of them actually is an intro to competitive programming class. So that's kind of professionally in terms of competitive programming, my involvement. As an instructor at UCF, I teach tons of undergraduate classes, algorithms, data structures, cryptography, I actually teach a contest course. So we at UC have had a contest course for the last 20 years. So for students not good enough to make our UCF team, but want introduction to contests, basically in the class, every Friday is a 3-hour contest. And I, lecture on algorithms once a week outside of that 3-hour contest. So yeah, so that's my name, my affiliation, and my involvement with competitive programming.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think there are a lot of other things that can pad onto the resume. For example, you led some of the World Finals team to win, and I mean UCF teams to win medal in the World Finals, and NAC had a celebrate. I mean, quite a bit results so far. NAC means North American Championship, of course. But the point that I want to actually get at in this conversation, I guess time is quite limited, so I have to be economical. Is I know that you've been involved in so many different threads. I guess right. In some sense, like a superhuman, in my opinion. I mean, the thing is, I don't know how much work you do, but in my opinion, what I found it to be a very exciting for me to actually learn from you is, I mean, you've been doing it for years, not just a couple years. I mean, I can, for me, I've been doing it for 2 to 3 years, so of course I can have energy that drives for a couple of years. That's fine, but
yeah, I definitely have a little less energy than I used to have, for sure. Yeah.
But I guess the point being is, how in the world do you actually carry on that monumental work that you've done so far, and then do it in a way that is let's say consistent, and also in some sense something you can keep up for years to come, because I mean you can overpace yourself.
That's a really good question, because it's very easy to get burned out.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think what I try to do is, I truly derive joy from a lot of my activities.
Yeah.
So that, I think, is key, is that you have to enjoy doing it.
Yeah.
So I love introducing new students to competitive programming. And so that kind of keeps me going and, motivates me to get out of bed early. I'm out of bed probably around 5:45.
Yeah.
But one of the bigger things is that you have to be efficient with your time. So yes, I do coach UCF's team, but I have limited time. And so I know, I can really only spend maybe about an hour and a half to 2 hours a week on my programming team coaching.
Yeah.
So I try to make the best use of that time.
Yeah.
Right. So, I try to pick sets where I recognize, hey, I'm not going to spend a lot of time picking this set, but I know how to look for properties where my team's going to get a lot of value out of it. Or, when I meet with my team, hey, we only meet for 30 minutes, but I'm going to have 2 key messages that I want to really get across to them. And then we're going to create exercises for them to work on that.
Yeah.
So, when it comes to my coursework, like with the competitive programming class, there are new students coming in. We're really not competing for money or anything like that. So I reuse questions that I know are great questions, but valuable learning questions. So what I do, and what's kept me going for so long, is I find ways to spend a short amount of time, yet where the students still derive a majority of the benefit. So I think efficiency is key, right? Could I spend 5 times as much time coaching, and would my team be a little bit better? Yes. But the reality is I don't have that time if I want to do, these 4 or 5 different things. So in each bucket that I have, my class, coaching the UCF team. One of the other things that I do, I have the Junior Knights bucket, also coach a math counts team. So in each bucket, I just think very carefully about, what's going to be the best use of my time,
Right.
And so I think that's how I've kept myself going for such a long time, is that I don't necessarily strive for perfection, but I try to make the best use of the time that I know I have for that particular activity.
Yeah, I'm sure in some sense it comes down to, I mean, in the context of a supply chain, let's say for a moment, it comes down to knowing what kind of threads you have to do, or what makes you actually doing the prioritization of the top works, I guess, right? And then the other portion is probably if there's a throughput, in some sense a bottleneck, right? You have to think about how to make your bottleneck more efficient, right? So I'm sure in that equation, you always think about basically a chart, and in that context, what are the top priority you have to go for, and then you have to stay really economical with time, because I mean, actually I haven't mentioned a couple components, and I feel like the components, they should really come into play also for work-life balance. Reason is family, and like I guess trouble.
Yeah,
and all
yeah.
that.
I do spend a ton about family as well. Absolutely.
Because like the family time, while you're working on your endeavor, time passes, right? It doesn't actually stay constant, which means kids and wife and so on, they age, right? So I think in order to
Yes.
live the present, you have to really
Yeah,
balance
no,
all these things.
and those are like non-negotiable. I have, we plan things. Last Sunday, I was at my wife's work party, and that was 5-6 hours. So I reserve that time. I reserve as much time as I can. Last night, probably for 5 or 6 hours, I was with my daughter and her friends playing some tennis and things like that.
Exactly. So like,
absolutely,
those are the type of things that kind of. As a life, a balanced life, I guess, you have to really make sure that you balance them, because otherwise, you will not have family time, and then you'll have longevity issues, obviously, right? Because
for sure.
I see, but I mean, in my opinion, I find it it's been quite a blessing for me to actually work with you, and then also witness you doing all these great things. And that's what I find really truly exciting, is to have someone who I really can think of as mentor / some role model that I can actually really look up to, right? And I feel like you have been that person to me, actually, genuinely. And this has been a in some sense, as I try to become a coach in this dimension, that's been that actually was the torch that actually kept me going. And so the fact that you are that person, I really want to actually use this opportunity to actually thank you in the bottom of my heart, really. Because otherwise, in some sense, this is impossible task, in my opinion, to do right if I don't have anyone to look up to, or have a role model for. But being there made it I want to say 1,000 times easier, maybe even more.
Well, thank you. Those are some super kind words. I don't know that all of it's deserved, but thank you very much. I try my best, and I just, I try to be enthusiastic about the things that I like. Within my capabilities or whatnot.
And I think we all try our best, and I think the one thing that I noticed for enthusiastic volunteers within ICPC organization, that's been the common a commonality. The people who are really contributing a lot to the community, the common set is they're really passionate about the work that they do, and then that is what really is the constant a piece that everyone has. In some sense, it's a volunteering organization, so you don't have anything in it particularly. Let's say, just by itself. But the fact that we have built, before I joined, I guess the ICPC has built such a great a foundation in which I can go in and just jump in and have fun. That's a blast / blessing that I guess that will probably keep me going for years to come. Knowing you, you've been doing it for 20-30 years, and then relentlessly, and then you haven't, let's say, took a pause. And I think that's I have seen that from Tony, from you, obviously Ali Oruji, and so on. All of them is a constant rhythm that I noticed as a common theme. But I guess other thing that I may want to mention is, maybe do you have any comments that you'd like to address? Using this opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things I'd mentioned when I'd signed up on the Google form is what's really cool is, yes, we've got this community of very motivated, extremely talented students that solve these extremely hard problems. Kind of at the regional level, NAC level, World Finals level. But, honestly, I think the biggest benefit to the greater number of people has been that once I got introduced to competitive programming, I learned so much about algorithms and proving how things work. I've taken that into my regular classroom. So, yes, obviously the competitive programming class, I use some of the same principles. But, for example, in my regular algorithms class that doesn't have any competitive programming, I sometimes use caddis problems, and I use that to teach students, hey, there's some problems where, if you reverse the start and the end and look at it in the reverse order, hey, things work, they work much better. We can solve the problem much faster. So all these beautiful principles that, that the competitive programming community is aware of, I try, very hard to infuse my classes with the same principles.
Yeah.
You know, actually, I took like a math problem about a frog jumping with probability 1 over p, and then I just introduced it to my introductory discrete math class, so that they don't know it, but I basically described to them how to write a DP to figure out the probability of where the frog would be after some number of steps.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So what I think is really cool is if I didn't have knowledge about competitive programming, I wouldn't even know that technique, right? Like I wasn't really taught that very
like,
well.
Sort of like an impossible thing to even know. Like, is it feasible?
Yeah. So what's really cool is like, I learn all these new ideas from these really cool problems that other people set, and then I say, wait a second, I can make that idea a little bit easier, but teach students in my big 250 lecture class those same exact principles.
Yeah.
And I think
absolutely.
it basically, honestly, I really think that UCF's general computer science core syllabus has gotten kind of strengthened, right? Because we have so many coaches that are also instructors that bring these ideas into like even the lowest level computer science classes.
Absolutely.
So I think that's probably the biggest benefit of competitive programming is that those ideas don't just have to stay in the contest, but can be brought to the greater sort of university community.
Okay. I see. I mean, that makes a total sense to me. In some sense, like there's a healthy loop, perhaps between the two, right? Like the ICPC, your school, and like the community that you foster, and so on. The fact that you can have this harmonious, like sort of like let's say cycle of like a let's say positive cycle, I think is a greatest thing in some sense. Right? And then ICPC can really facilitate in that regard. Oh, and then maybe one last thing I may want to bring to light could be regarding the curriculum committee that you're part of.
Yeah.
Right? And then maybe in some sense, some of the initiatives that we want to try, as you know, is like writing textbooks or writing some notes and so on. So would you be able to elaborate on, I guess, what you find interesting in that regard, or like what is in for you for that one?
Yeah, well, I think the goal obviously is to make it easier for newcomers. It can be a little overwhelming, all the material, how difficult it is. But yeah, if we can all come together, provide sort of a textbook and some sample problems, some sample solutions, and some other sample problems for students to try, hopefully we can grow the community at universities where it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess maybe personally, but also from the context of ICPC community, I'll be invested in wouldn't it be, I think it'll be, quite ambitious at the same time, but quite fun would be, for example, like if we can have something like art of problem solving, but in the context of competitive programming, right?
Yeah, it'd be cool. Yeah, like a kind of like an authoritative site.
Yeah, it's like like a compendium of all the algorithms that exist and then somehow vetted by the community, right? So I think, that will take some years to come, of course, but if we can get any kind of a progress in that regard, I'm pretty sure it'll be a joy for ICPC, it'll be a joy for everyone involved in the community, and also maybe curriculum committee in particular. So I think maybe that initiatives may require some more shape up, but I'm hoping that will actually be part of the game. And also, through that opportunity, I'm hoping to see you actually speaking in the CLI Symposium in the years to come.
Great.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I guess, is there anything in particular that you want to bring to light other than what's already been mentioned?
No, not this time. Okay. Hopefully, hopefully I'll get to do another one of these.
The point is, this is I mentioned that to some people, not all. This is like the first time I'm running this, by the way. So I made a lot of mistakes, technical issues and otherwise. So I'll probably send a survey to make sure that everybody's like okay with how I ran it. But this time is the first time. Next time I invite you over. Expect more tougher questions.
Okay. All right. I'll be ready, man. And best of luck to all the teams. And this is NA Central.
North America Central Division. Yeah. So it consists of.
So best luck to all the teams and all the fans or students who are rooting for various
respective
teams.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that Mid Central, North Central, and Rocky Mountain, those are the
perfect.
Three. Yeah. So it's been fun to watch them. And then, I guess they're almost clearing the set, which is fun. So
awesome.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, thanks a lot for sure. joining this call, Arup, and I'm sure we're gonna speak soon. So thank you.
And thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime, man. All right, have a good one.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so right now we will have a short break, it seems. So what I'll do is replace it with the music version of this. And then you can be on the standby for maybe about half an hour. Let me double check on the timing. One moment. Yeah, wow. So I actually haven't noticed myself, but it seems like there is a red glow in the background, which is cool. But yeah, so we'll be back at 5 o'clock, so in half an hour. Supposed to be one person who should be joining the call, but I'm pretty sure that person is actually preoccupied with the running the on-site events, and so we'll be back in 25 minutes or so. But then until then, I'll play some fun music in the background. Oh, actually, before I go into that, it might make sense to actually take a look at the scoreboard. So why don't we do that for a brief moment and figure out where things are exactly. So first of all, let's take a look at the North Central. So North Central one right now, we have at the very, very top, 8 problem solves out of 12 it seems, right? So there are 4 problems behind. And so the first team is University of Minnesota. The second team is Wisconsin. Third team is Iowa. Oh, Iowa State is doing great. And then the fourth team is Dort, and then fifth, Minnesota again. So, and then for sixth and seventh and so on, you see Wisconsin's again and Iowa. And so it seems like, like the contenders for the North American Championship could be up to like, I guess the Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, and then Dort potentially. We'll have to see the final results, but that's what it seems like as a top contenders, and then potentially Nebraska, Lincoln as well. So that's that. And then let's take a look at Mid Central. So here we are. Oh wow, the Mid Central, the scoreboard looks almost like they're clearing the set, which is exciting always. So we have all but 2 problems solved by a couple teams. So Chicago and University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. So probably those are running for the North American Championship, most likely. It'll be quite hard to win over them, because that means you have to solve 2 more additional problems just based on the penalty. And then there's a 1 team per school rule, which means per each school, only 1 team will advance. And then there are 12 solves by Vanderbilt, and then after that you have some gaps, and I guess the Northwestern at 10th. That's what it seems like. So those are the top 4 schools that I see: Chicago, UIUC, and Vanderbilt, and then Northwestern. Yeah. Okay. And then finally, let's do a rundown of the let's say Rocky Mountain. Rocky Mountain. Yeah, here you go. And the Rocky Mountain seems like there are 3 teams with 11 problems. So we have Colorado School of Mines, Brigham Young University, and then Alberta. And then we have some gaps in problems. So 8 solves trailing that, and by Calgary, and then Alberta, and then Arizona State. So seems like the teams that are running for the North American Championship: Colorado Mines, Brigham Young University, and then Alberta, potentially Arizona. So we'll find out what happens exactly at the end of the contest. Yeah. So with that being said, let's take a quick pause. It's 4:38 Eastern time right now. It's actually 3:38 for people in Central time. And then we'll take a quick pause. We'll put a background music on, and then So it's coming. Great. So hi everyone. At this point, the scoreboard has officially frozen, and it'll stay frozen for 1 hour. Well, actually, and more. Until we go for the official reveal of the scoreboard. So we have an exciting, I guess, the esteemed guest here, actually, Charles Riedesel. He is the, obviously before he served as a regional contest director. Now, I mean, I see him being served as a co-RCD or like the deputy RCD. Either way.
Whatever you want to call it.
So the point being that is everybody agrees that in his region, which is North Central NCNA, he is one of the integral member of the group, along with Simanto Mitra and also Jeff Ifland. And then I had the pleasure to work with him in the last couple of years. And yeah, I mean, without further ado, let's ask Chuck to introduce himself. So Chuck, would you like to give a short intro of who you are?
Okay, I'm Chuck Riedesel, a longtime teacher and advisor at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, retired since about 2020, but I can't stay away from education, so I'm now on the school board at my local school, Beatrice, Nebraska, and staying involved in the programming contests, and that's several contests a year. So since the late 90s, I've been involved with the ICPC, coach, site director in Lincoln. At one point, we had more than 40 teams just coming to the Lincoln site. And then I became the director for the NCNA. My predecessor was Stan Weilman. Stan Weilman continued on after he was done with that, and I served as his deputy for a time, getting to learn the ropes, and eventually took over. But he was a longtime judge for the World Finals from Omaha, Nebraska. So anyway, now in the last couple of years, I've been gradually turning over the ropes to Simanto Mitra. And found he's doing a great job with it. He's put together a great team, actually, in that sense, more successful than I feel that I was being, because, hey, you know, kind of a jack of all trades for quite a few years, putting these contests together. But again, it's a great time doing it, and I love going to the World Finals. I had I think it was about 8 or 9 teams while I was coaching that I took to World Finals. So I've been a lot of places and really appreciate those trips, those opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like as the, I guess I love the North Central as one of the places that I contribute as a volunteer. And one of the reasons is due to the Chuck and Simanto and Jeff's such an open approach and also welcoming approach that I find really, I guess the right word to use is inviting. And I think that that's been quite a blessing for me as I try to, learn how to become a better judge, a better problem setter and tester and so on. And what I actually cherish the most about working with Chuck here is actually his willingness to be, stay patient. And do not yell at me for doing things I necessarily not do it in the correct way, but he is really good at making sure that over time I learn the right way and correct way of doing things, and be ever more patient. And then in some sense, the educating spirit is something I actually learned from him and try to actually emulate when I teach, I guess students in my school. But I fail. I feel like I'm more impatient person than Chuck for sure by far. But I try. So with that being said, what I consider Chuck, I mean, in my opinion, is a great role model for me to follow. I mean, he's I don't know. Every time he says that he go to a different place, he actually thinks about, like a host of questions. But by the way, he loves cats, so a lot of questions will be about canine and so on.
And I was hoping my wife would get home so she would watch our cats. Otherwise, they're very demanding my time, so they come and, hey, hi, kitty, hi, kitty.
And therefore...
But right now, I think they're sleeping upstairs on the bed.
I see. I'm sure, they'll come back and like distract you once in a while. But like the point being that because of this, I guess in some sense, welcoming spirit, I think is going to be the impetus for, in my opinion, for making the North Central be one of the great regions within 11 regions in North America. So that being said, one of the things that I want to mention is all the three regionals that are in the division. So there are North Central, of course, and then there is a Mid Central and Rocky Mountain. Some of the problems are shared among them, and what I guess Chuck and Jeff in particular were trying their best to make sure that we do is at least have 4 different problems in North Central that is completely different from the other 2 regionals, and they like the Mid Central, Rocky Mountain would do the same. So 4 problems at least are not shared with all the other regionals, right? So I guess
we share some.
Share some problems in common. So that's been a very fun developmental experience for me, because we would actually cross-pollinate and talk to other regions to share the problems, and we discuss what problems to share, what not to share, what have you. So I guess in some sense, like a question for you, well, Chuck, as a first leading question would be, how did you like, I guess, this move to being a division from regionals, and do you kind of see it as a positive change? And if so, like how do you see it kind of evolving over time? Would you be able to comment on that?
Well, I've seen enough changes over the years from fairly autonomous regions. And boy, that was fun being able to win in the region and know immediately that we'd be going to World Finals. Because I remember one team in particular that I had when we got to the end of the contest, one jumped up and slapped the ceiling. It's not that high a ceiling in the hall in our school, and say, "We're going to finals!" And yay, yeah. And I think that was the first year that we actually made an international trip, Eindhoven, Netherlands.
Oh wow, good place to go as well. Yeah.
And by the way, Jeff Ifland was at least an alternate on a couple of those teams. He was Jeff was one of my students.
Absolutely.
You've already talked to Shimada, and Shimada's talked about, he'd bring a whole busload of teams over to Lincoln, and I kept telling our systems admin people, more stations. They want to bring 12 teams. They want. Oh, why do we need that many teams? Come on, they should have their. The more the merrier.
Cool. I mean, like,
but that didn't answer your question, which was.
Like I mean, like division shift.
Oh. Yeah. Well, it adds yet another layer because, from going to just the region to the national championships, before you can go there, now we've got this division type thing, and boy, it's good to get to see how other regions work. Maybe we can learn from each other, adapt, and say, hey, what's really working for you? Let's try that. Share some of the talent, because I remember last year when we were busy developing our problem set, we had excellent help from Rocky Mountain people. I really appreciated their contributing. It made our contest possible.
Absolutely. I mean, in some sense, the regions can work together to, at the time of difficulty, you can really help each other to lift each other up, and then in some sense, harmoniously working together with other, regions, I guess as we get to know each other better, then we'll find a way to, work it out, I'm sure.
and discover each other's talents. people have different ways of doing things, and they have different interests and abilities to do things.
Yeah, right.
So while in some senses I did not have a big enough team that I had to really scramble on many of the years that I was being director. What I enjoy is being able to come up with the problems, be the author of the problems, and do the fine editing, wordsmithing, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I've been in the positive receiving end of that, which is like like seeing you developing all these questions. I mean, in a sense, what I learned from you the most is how to be so creative about creating new problems, but especially when it relates to problems about cat, because guess what? You spend so much time with that that you will come up with a new one every time.
Well, in addition to the regional contest problems, which are quite a variety of problems with different kinds of storylines behind them and different algorithms that go along with it. I've also been involved with high school contests.
Absolutely, yeah.
Where you don't have to be as concerned about some of those things. So I could do themes. And by having a theme, it helped come up with ideas. So like a nursery rhyme. So I had a whole bunch of nursery rhymes and tried to make up a story of each of their nursery rhymes and some kind of a problem. Or pets. So different kind of animals as pets.
That's right.
Or different kinds of transportation or subjects at school.
Absolutely.
So part of what I would do is I would commute to the university, which is about an hour away. And I would think of problems along the way, back and forth, basically all through the year. So for a long time, you'd say I was a Rhodes Scholar.
And then, in some sense, when you travel to all these international or final destination, I mean, it's a great place to actually think about these questions, right? Because you have are you still in the call? You are, right? Cool. So as a traveling 10 hours, 15 hours, sometimes without the internet, that's the key. Then, well, you're confined. Either you sleep or think about this, right?
Right. Too tired to think, or you think.
So I think that I discovered from you that I'm not the only one who shares the passion of creating problems and these things, and the fact that you've been doing it for years in let's say longevity aware way, as in in a pace that is consistent, so that you don't burn yourself out. I mean, that's one thing I learned from you. Is you've been doing it for so many years, and you learned potentially ways to avoid getting burnt out. That's the portion I think I need to really watch out and learn, because I mean, who cannot overpace a couple of years? Maybe that's fine. Overpacing is fine for a couple of years, but doing it for a long time and in a way that is relentless, and then doing it in a let's say consistent effort is actually what I think I need to grow and learn. Because I think that knowing that you and Jeff and Simanto, all three of you are there to make that happen. I mean, it's a learning experience for me, but in a sense, it's a good learning experience, because that's a skill that I need to learn probably. Okay. And I guess another thing maybe that comes to mind is actually, when it comes to judging and problem setting, and potentially, in particular regarding, let's say the, what's the right word? Shaping up the problem sets for the future years of the North Central region. I think that's one of the questions that came to central light when we are discussing internally. And so, if you have some moments to advertise, perhaps the effort of bringing more problem setters, judges, testers, maybe this is the time to do it.
We can definitely use more help. I've spread out the work over the years, so at times when I have more time to concentrate on it, I maintain a pool of potential problems. And since I'm working on this contest and the CCSC contest, which is a regional thing, and now once again a high school contest for our region, I have lots of years worth of problems that I can kind of take a look at, get some ideas, just how to get going with these things. But we can, again, what can each person bring to it? And how can you do this without feeling isolated or knowing and being able to get the kind of support with, say, a small team or some mentors to say, hey, yeah, great, let's try this, here's some ideas that we can share. So doing it by yourself, especially if you've not done this before, you don't know how to start. So for me, I start with coming up with the problem, not worrying about the algorithm. And then I depend on someone else, like you, to solve the problem for me. Okay, what's it take to solve this sucker?
Sometimes that sucker requires some reiterations because it's impossible to solve otherwise.
But if we can find people that can take a story that's reasonably well written out and think it through, does this make sense? Is there anything missing in it? What could enhance it? How would you go about solving it? And then coming up with the test data, actually check it out. How do you come up with test data? Two ways, either manually, so you pencil and paper, sometimes with the use of a computer, a short little program, you can generate data, especially if you want a lot of data.
That's the only way to go.
Verifying, getting multiple solutions. Some people are better at coding in different languages.
Absolutely.
And sometimes you find that one language has a quirk that another language doesn't when you're trying to solve something.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I guess one of the initiatives that you're hoping to do, I think, if I'm not overstepping on this one, but what Simanta and I think Jeff and you want to do in the years to come is maybe have a sort of like a brainstorming session, for example, in a weekly basis, leading up to maybe 9 months to half a year before the let's say regional contest starts, come in and have this brainstorming session where some of those in-house knowledges can actually be shared amongst the people who are more experienced / senior, and people who are let's say a bit more junior, who are getting started on this thing, right? Where they just are really passionate, but sometimes do not know where to get started. I think if we have this knowledge sharing sort of initiatives, and then that be a sort of a role model for any other regions to follow, I think that'll be a awesome way to, I guess, shape up the futures of the problems in the North Central, and maybe in the North America as a whole too, right?
And if site directors, coaches, former students, who alumni that we have, if there'd be a way that they would know to reach us, we would set up kind of weekly or maybe bi-weekly type sessions, and we'd get the communications going and say, hey, let's learn about this. So it can be great fun. It's a matter of how do you actually reach out. And I'd say to anyone paying attention or anyone that you can spread the word to, reach Shimada, reach Christian, reach me. You can find us on our sites, and we'll get something going. And find Jeff. Jeff is really the one who wants to recruit and get a bunch of people. So it's not one person trying to do everything.
No.
Instead, we get one boss, so to speak. We have an author, comes up with a problem. Okay, who wants to be boss of this? Hey, that looks like an interesting thing. I'd like to be in charge of that. Not that you have to do the whole thing, but we'll find a team to work with you to be able to flesh it out, verify, do all this kind of stuff.
In some sense, all of this in the core theme, I mean, one of the core themes is to have a community built and building community bonding and because the reason for doing so is because once you build a community around some initiatives like a problem solving and also problem making and also like there are two like a like a dimensions to this. One is sword, the other one is like the armor, right? So we have to really make sure that both of those are like honed and strengthened, and I think that can only come with the crowdsourcing / maybe building a strong community around this, right? So in that regard, I'm all in for that for sure, and I'll root for. Well, I mean, I'm not sure if I can root for death because my life is very short, I guess. But I'll try my best in my lifetime to really thank the people that really inducted / welcomed me into the community. And I think Simanto and Chuck and yourself and I guess Jeff did an amazing job on making it really comfortable. And I think that because of that reason, if any people is out there who's trying to volunteer for the ICPC, I'll say, hey, just go talk to Jock. They'll figure out something for you.
For the professors out there who are teaching algorithms courses, one thing I did during the last couple of years while I was involved in teaching and advising was to put together an honors version of the algorithms class. And part of that honors class was doing contest problem sets, old ones, but the other part was having the students create their own problems, which they could take time with and try to do something with each of the kinds of algorithms that we were studying in that semester. And at the end of the semester, they would each have their own collection of contest problems. What a learning opportunity.
Absolutely.
And then they could challenge each other with their own problems.
And then once you foster such a strong I guess problem setters, then when they get brought into this ICPC community and really be the centerpiece for problem setter for the North Central, then they don't have to learn anything new. It becomes
they'll know it.
They'll know by heart. It's like, oh, this is how
like
to trick them. Well, this is how you trick them. Well, then you create the problems using that. Cool. So I guess we can obviously. It seems like what I'll do in the next iteration of this, I think, is to make sure that conversation is not 15 minutes, but like let's say 30 minutes or longer. I think that's what I really should do, and try to have some breaks in between. But I guess what I've done, kind of misjudged, is 15 minutes gonna be long enough for any conversation. But it seems like every conversation.
I was just looking at the clock and saying 4:20, and then thinking, oh, I've only been talking 5 minutes. No.
So the like a typical thing as it goes is when the conversation is very engaging and interesting, then time flies, right? Next iteration, what I'm gonna try as for sure is have a 30-minute block at least, and then make them choose 30 minutes or 1 hour, and I have like maybe couple, like a breaks in between, so I can take some rest. So I think that's sort of
before I go, I would really like to thank you for getting this going and taking the lead on this. You're doing a great job.
No. I think part of it is
that's what a coach should always say. Congratulations to our
like the part of this is actually Lydia in the background. She is the one who is like orchestrating all this, and for each of the divisions, for Central, I'm starting off live streaming for the Central division, and then tomorrow there's the East division by Arnav Sastry, who is the World Finals judge, as you know, and then the next week West Coast with the David Harmeyer, and I guess and also South done by Jay Leeds and I guess the Colin Gallen. So I guess it's a team effort for sure, but I'm quite thrilled to be part of this very interesting live streaming. And what I'm learning is I thrive more than I expected by talking to people. So maybe I thought that I was a very introvert, but I was wrong, I guess, right? So I'm learning about my identity myself. So
you're just talking to a screen, a camera. Hey.
How worse of a damage can it make? It seems like a zero. Maybe we can make a problem statement about it, right? Like like a hologram versus this, like, you get some amount of damage, then how do you calibrate, whatever. Yep, but I'm actually quite excited to engage on that ASAP. So I guess when this contest finishes, then let's get to the bottom of that and then get the ball rolling. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Chuck. And I guess I'll see you probably in 30 minutes, right? Because that's when the award ceremony starts, right?
We'll reach about the end.
Cool.
Good half hour to go.
Yeah. All right, cool. Thanks, Chuck. See you later. Yep. Yeah, I guess at this point, what I want to point out is maybe a couple of things. By talking to various different people, I think I kind of neglected my duty as showcasing all these problems. So one thing that you know for sure here is there's a couple of features I want to actually showcase to you guys. So you see the statistics here. So first of all, for the mid-central, you see a statistics where A and O are pretty much like a virtually solved by everyone but one team, perhaps, that is pending. And pending, yeah. So what the way to read this is green is solved, yellow means pending, and the red means incorrect. And at this point, because we passed the frozen time, you see some pending submissions, and those are what's going to be quite exciting as you reveal the scoreboard in the revealing time. And typically, various different regions run what's called a resolver to show the rank list from the team with the lowest solves with a penalty time to top solves, and it goes up from the bottom to top, and it reveals the score as it goes. And another thing to mention is the sigma that you notice there with the penalty. The way to read that is sigma is number of questions you solved, sum, right? And penalty is a total number. I mean, the total sum of penalties amongst the questions you solved. And if you do not solve it the first try, which is quite common for the difficult problems, then you accumulate 20 minutes per submission that you get incorrect or, well, I guess not accepted verdict. And then only when you solve it correctly would it actually accumulate to your penalty. So, and then the way to read the scoreboard is you get ranked by the total number of solves, of course, first. And then if there's a tie for number of solves, then the ties are broken down by penalty. So, and then going back to this statistics for the mid-central, what you notice is A and O are by far, seems like the easiest of the batch, then L, then J, and then E, F, H, and so on. That's what you notice there. And then let's look at the north central scoreboard. And what you notice here is K is by far the easiest one, then E, then I guess H, and then kind of exponentially decays. So C after, and so on. So if you go back to the mid-central scoreboard just for a moment, what you notice is there seems to be somewhat easy questions here. In particular, 4 questions kind of stick out, and then the rest are easier. And then let's go take a look at Rocky Mountain. So here, actually, one moment. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So Rocky Mountain, what you notice is in this problem set, A and L are easy with 52 and 50 solves. Then it kind of decays from there sharply. So you see a F, then K, and so on. No, F and C, then K, and so on. Yeah. So therefore, what you notice is, mid-central problems are potentially, there are a lot of questions that are, calibrated to be easier, and so it might be quite fun to take a look at the questions in this problem set. So right now, I have one more interview or the session coming up at 4:30 Central Time or 5:30 Eastern Time. But what I would like to invite you to actually take a look is you can take a look at the problem set, and in particular for the mid-central one, take a look at those following problems. So D for cascade centrality, E for connectedness, and then J for Pascal multiple, N for up and down, and O for which number kind is it. We'll take a look at the solutions for these guys like after my last session, and I'll try to go through highlights of those problems, problem ideas in brief time. So I guess for now, we have a last call planned with, I think, yeah, I'm not too sure when the person will show up, but when that person does show up, we'll actually do the last session. And as soon as that completes, then we'll go ahead and do the last sort of analysis of the problems. Yeah. So let's do that. And I think that the person is having a little bit of a technical difficulty of joining, so bear with me for one moment, and then I'll try to get him on the call. So let's see. Oh, I see. So there's a, I think a Zoom call and also a Google call. So I think that person is confused about the two. So let me give it heads up. Yeah. So that person I think will be joining us shortly. So let's give him some time to join. In the meantime, please take a look at some of the questions from the Mid Central because we'll go through solution ideas for some of them. And then the reason why I chose those 5 problems in the Mid Central problem set is because I know them the best because I worked as the problem setter for those questions. So we'll take a look at them briefly. And then let me get the statistics out of the way. So it's a bit less. Okay, there you go. And then let's wait for the person to join us and then we'll start. There you go. All right, cool. So Warren is here with us. Great. He's joining the call. Hey Warren, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, cool.
Hey.
Okay. Woohoo! How are you?
Christian.
You're the last of the pack. You're the most valuable player among the most valuable players. So or most valuable persons. How's that sound? Yeah.
I'm not sure if I agree with either one of those. But,
Man.
I'm happy to chatter for a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but yeah, I mean, thanks a lot for joining the call for sure. I know that like it's probably a super hectic timing because I mean you're like the last 30 minutes of the I guess the contest is usually that tomorrow I'm doing the, as you know, the Columbia the Greater New York Regional in the East Division, and on that one I'm pretty sure I'll be fully occupied. But we'll find out. But anyway, without further ado, I want to always start with the introduction from your end. So would you like to introduce yourself to the public audience here?
Sure, happy to. So let's see. So I'm Warren McAvoy, and I have been the regional director for what's called the Rocky Mountain region of North America for a long time. I actually think it started back in 1999 is when I was.
Okay. I actually didn't know that, but that's a good fact to know.
I guess a little bit of history, I guess for me is, I think it's pretty standard. I was a contestant back in college. And I think I progressed through maybe the typical set of things. So I was a contestant for a long time. Happy to say I did actually go to the World Finals.
Yes.
And then went off to grad school and pretty much didn't do anything about contest stuff while I was away. But then once I started working as a professor, it was pretty natural for me to kind of get back into things and be a coach and a judge and then a director. And then it's a I don't know, like a remarkably good community to be a part of. And so, yeah, it's an interesting thing to experience is what communities you can belong to that feel as, I guess, welcoming as being part of the ICPC community. And I guess I'm just one of those things that I feel lucky that I have become a part of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like one of the things I might ask, I mean, I think I haven't asked this question. I'm pretty sure the answer is obvious though, is amongst all the communities and all the places and all the organizations and companies and whatever else you've been to, have you ever found more welcoming community than ICPC? Oh wow, you're taking some time, like more than I thought.
Well, hopefully you find ones that are pretty accepting. As
sure,
far as, what things you do and how people accept like you as part of that group.
Sure. Yeah.
It's funny, I didn't jump to this as quickly. Normally don't talk about religion. Like, I'm not a religious person, but I kind of imagine that becoming part of this group is a little bit like joining a church. Like everybody's like just sort of happy to see you and help out and that kind of stuff. And like, try to figure out how you can be accommodated
exactly.
into this space.
Yeah. So I think I'm with you on that 100%. It's like it's like one of those like a community that you belong to, right? For example, it can be school. That's one. I mean, you and I associate to school, and then it's like a church, sure, similar, and then maybe it's like communities like any other social activities that you do, but like for me, amongst all the places that I've been to, for sure, by far, this is most welcoming one. Like in a sense that. Like there are some communities out there where they're really territorial, right? Like I don't know whether it's been to one of those, but like when they are, then it's really hard to let's say infiltrate into their space, right? Because they kind of have a divided wall and then like multiple layers of them. Whereas I feel like
and it's a weird thing to say this. It's sort of like how competitive are they? Like do we view you as which is the reason I say that's weird is. This whole thing is kind of defined on the set of contests.
Exactly.
There's this community built up on top of that is not competitive. Like we are just very supportive of everything else. We are running a contest. But
and then
all the judges and directors, I guess I don't get that sense at all.
No, exactly. It's like in the sense that we have to. I mean. In the leadership level, and then maybe in the judging and also regional directors level, and so on, we have to kind of all combine the effort together in some sense, right? In order to push forward and make it go. Because if you kind of
the volunteer, I guess a big part of it is, we're essentially 100% volunteer. I mean, what is it? I know the fraction is probably 99.3 or something like that. But it's a lot. So
that's a lot.
Everybody has to be pretty happy to be part of it. Or
it's like otherwise, you can imagine there'll be a high turning rate. And I mean, how often do you see an organization? Well, I know a couple, but like not that many where you've been have number of people who serve for pretty much like my lifetime since like a 1990s, early 1990s, and like a late 1980s, like since the inception of it. There are not that many communities where that has happened, right? It's in my book at least, right? Well, it's possible I haven't lived long enough to know, but like, like that really means that there is some uniqueness to this community where I guess like I at least feel as an individual empowered to do all things that I try to do and more in some sense. Like they even always try to push your like a comfort zone and try to make it like within your comfort zone.
On the edges of your comfort zone.
Exactly.
You could do this too.
Yeah, it's like, you've done only that. Yeah, sure. But you can do more. I'm like, oh, really? There are people like that. And you're like, oh, yeah, there are like 10,000 people like that. Here we go. I'm like, oh, wow.
What is that saying, right? Take any interest in the world, there's probably 10,000 people that have the same set of interests as you.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that space, no matter kind of how oddball it is.
And I guess the point being that it's I find it to be extremely blessed that I can be part of this community where I'm driven with a sort of like a common mission in mind, which is like problem solving, programming contest, which I really liked as a student, and I just want to make sure that experience is preserved or made it even better, maybe, right, for the future years to come, right? And I think that's really why I think this community is really meaningful to me. But I guess maybe along that vein, if you'd like to share some unique opinions about or unique perspectives about what makes it unique to you, and then maybe like what has made you to stay in this community for how many years? Like 20, like just reaching 30, let's say, or whatever years. Like how is that even possible for you? Like what?
Well, okay, so I'll take that as a great question. So Okay, so I think one is, I think it's sort of the idea of being an ambassador. So being part of the community has allowed me to really travel internationally, and even if it's not internationally, if you travel, like imagine it at the regional level, like what's going on right now.
Yep.
There are students that are traveling and meeting people in communities that they hadn't had a chance to be at before.
Absolutely. Yep.
And I think in the world that we live in, it's kind of hard to create that connection to people that you kind of don't already know.
Yeah.
And I know that's sort of weird to say, like electronics makes like this meeting possible, right? We're doing it via this electronic version, but like why would you start a conversation with somebody in Calgary or something like that unless you had some kind of reason?
Well, like Asia or like, you know, the other opposite pole, right? Like it would not happen.
Right. and so it creates this like a connection to a bigger world, and it happens at every level. So the students that are in this contest are connecting to the other campuses in their region, and those conversations either connect them to new friends, right? New network opportunities, and connections just within the community that they're in. So just a really specific moment here. So I'm at Colorado Mesa University. It's a small state university where I work as a professor, and we are hosting a site here.
Yep.
And there actually are no outside teams; they're all teams from our campus that are there. But just watching them, like they are building community.
Yep.
Because they have this common thing and they're having fun. Just enjoying a thing that is like, you know, what we said about, you know, there's always 10,000 people that have the same interests. But now they're in the same room, right? And now they can talk about all the things that they enjoy about this space. And that builds a long-term community, is kind of identifying those common interests and side effects, right? So they were just joking about stuff. This was after the practice contest yesterday.
Yep.
And that's like a real value. The other, and then I guess kind of connecting that idea of ambassadorship, you get to be an ambassador to the rest of that community as you march around in this world and represent your ideas, hopefully respectfully. And that's a big part of what I think our ICPC kind of, community gets to do. We are an important, like, technical connection to the world. And it feels, I guess it feels like privileged to be part of it and important at the same time.
Absolutely.
I'm glad
I mean, like,
I get to do that.
In a sense of in a sense that we kind of have not something that we kind of expressly say I'm proud of, but like the inner sense of proud that we always have, which is we are part of this game, and then we are trying to make a positive impact to the the problem solving community, and try to make it so that everyone gets to be part of it, which I think is a great thing, right? Because I mean, there are a lot of a community out there that try to make it exclusive as possible, but I feel like what we're trying to do is build like a very much like a singularity structure, right? At the very top, sure, there are world finals where some teams to go, but really we are trying to make it so that everyone and anyone who is interested in problem solving, problem solving, can really be part of it. Local, regional, now divisional, and now I guess championship and the world finals and such, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess for people listening, I think that's a nod. I guess I do feel like a little bit of salesmanship, but just like think about that, like as a contestant, a sense of community is to help. If you're pretty good at this, to help a freshman get started.
Right?
Yeah,
absolutely. Like I mean, like
take that step.
You
right,
can always be the mentor, and then as mentioned, you can try to step out of your comfort zone to get there.
Yeah.
Because I mean, in some sense, like as you're starting, you might always wonder, am I ready for this? Can I do it? Some people have a lot of self-doubts, and the funny thing is, more ambitious you are, the more self-doubts you might have, actually. And so, ironic as it sounds, if you have the question, then you are ready. If you do not ask the question, you're like, I don't know, man. Like, you may not be ready. But in some sense, if you have the self-doubts enough to doubt your actual ability, but then you're, let's say, let's say studying computer science, you are ready. You just need to find
here.
the
Okay,
people
so maybe I'll put out one of my favorite little hierarchies. I call it the hierarchy of ignorance. So level 0 is the things you know.
Yeah.
So 0 level ignorance is correct information that you understand, right?
You think
so then
that you
level
understand.
1, level 1 ignorance is the things you know you don't know. So if you've never reached out to some freshman that you see is frustrated, you really don't know what that connection is going to kind of turn into, but you know that you don't know that. So there's a level 1 ignorance there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So level 2 ignorance is things you don't know that you don't know. And so you never find those until you reach through the level 1s, right? So you have to decide to like learn that new thing or make that new connection, and then suddenly you get to be surprised, right? By things that you didn't know, you didn't understand before taking that step. The one that is uncomfortable is level 3, is things you thought were true that are actually false.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I think one important way that people grow is to, and it usually takes an outsider to help you find those things, because since you convince that they're true to yourself, like from a software engineering point of view, you never test them because of why bother, right? Like, of course,
because it's obviously correct.
You're never gonna right? And so you never find them until you create this sort of moment where you walk off a cliff and realize that, oh yeah, like that actually wasn't true.
Right.
So you have that conversation with the freshman and you learn something. It's like, oh yeah, like that's something I never thought. Oh, like I'm wrong about this thing. So that kind of world of experimentation is I'll say it's everybody's world, but I feel like certainly an engineer's world of like understanding how much ignorance you have, and to be open to exploring and being surprised by the things that you learn as you kind of walk through the world, including the technical things and non-technical things.
Absolutely.
And so, I again, back to sales pitch, I guess, is a version of that is, be a mentor, help someone out. If you're done with this, be a coach, right? Help out a team.
Be a coach.
And from there, there's judge and director and up the chain. And eventually you can be like a broadcaster, a famous broadcaster.
So you want to be the next one? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's you.
I can try my best. I mean, like the thing is, I'm like my mission here is really to evangelize, what the ICPC is doing, and try to make it vocal and make a statement that this is the greatest thing that you should everyone who is watching this, by the way, should be part of. And like I guess the fact that we have all the blessing from the regional contest director. Tony was here earlier, and like other people like the contestants and former contestants and coaches and trainers and yada yada. Right. The common theme that we get from here is this is the community where if you want to do exciting things, then you really should consider doing, because there should be a reason why a lot of let's say like a quotation frantic people are getting together to do things, and then but they're really like very interesting because it's volunteering work, yet a lot of people do it. So there must be a meaning for this. Like that is not like let's say monetary based, and that to me coming in when I was in California, it was very natural, right? But then when I came to New York, like this endeavor all of a sudden looks very unnatural. But now the thing is, it's becoming to be more natural to me, because even I'm in New York, where it's driven by money, but yet I don't care about that person. And I think this is the greatest thing, because I'm coming to a realization that there's more to life than I guess potentially just like a chasing like a jobs and hierarchy, whatever there is, but really education component and really just problem solving. And you can be in the sort of the community where everybody is really so focused on getting the competition going, and hearing that from like the person who has like years more experience, like maybe even like 3 decades more like yourself, is a blessing, because I get to see, like if I continue this path, then it seems like I'll converge to that. And I think that having such a role models in the community who can really talk to like this community and try to bless it and then try to go above and beyond and then always pushing the boundary. I think is I mean it's quite a bit of learning experience for me. I learn every day actually, and I'm this community is proven to be unique because of people like yourself and others who are really making a tremendous impact, right? Yeah.
Mm. So I guess thank you, and also like for new people make great changes. You've certainly done a lot recently to support the whole idea of the contest, like internationally, really, with the whole set of work that you've been doing, and I think that's great.
Sure.
And so you are specifically an example of someone like just happy that you got to decide to play, right, and join in.
Play the right game at the right timing. Let's put it that way. Because you play this game at the wrong timing, then you're not helping. You're making a lot of noise. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad. Yeah, but yeah.
So that was kind of when you asked me about like what were things to talk about in this interview. Yeah, like why, like what's the value of it, and why to continue it, and that kind of idea was like on my mind. Like okay,
cool.
what makes it a reason to continue? And I think that community is like unbelievably powerful. Really, like how many people are in this kind of ICPC group that had a good experience, and many of them have moved on as alums into like interesting places.
Absolutely.
And hopefully carry a certain sense of that ambassadorship out with them. It's like still doing meaningful things and like helping out, and sometimes I think connecting back to this community to keep it going.
Absolutely. I mean, like the point is, like you have a sense of belonging, and I think people in the let's say who are trying to organize these things are always empowering people to do things, not like let's say making it like harder and harder and try to put red tapes around everything that we do. I think that's the big portion in this too, right? Because I mean, if the empowerment doesn't actually come through from the leadership, then I think it'll be a very hard to push in the initiatives that we want to just try. Because I think from everyone they might have their let's say they want to try something, but then they're afraid to try because of the reaction coming from the leadership. That can be quite hard to push for. But in this case, if you want to try something, just say you want to try something, and they'll be like, "Oh, okay, you want to try that? Well, nobody's doing it. Well, then go ahead and do it." Right?
Let's see how that all turns out.
It's like,
willing to experiment. I guess I just pass on that advice to a quite young girl. Let's see here. So this was, where was that? It was rock climbing. So I'm a rock climber.
Sure.
And there was a little girl that was just starting. She's talking about how she was not very good at it. and I did say, I think this applies here as well. It's like, you have to be happy to be bad at something, because you never get to be good at something unless you're bad at it first. Right? So it's like you have to be fine with like not doing great and enjoying it anyways. It's whatever. Like that can't be the key part of a game. More of it, the game hopefully is enjoying the process. And if you do that, you'll get good at it.
It's like
if you think like the only way is to win, then that's probably not a way to have a good life.
It's like if you're trying to win with respect to others, then that's bad. But if you're trying to win against yourself, who is trying to say, "Oh, I want to win," then you can win it every day. I think. I mean, that you can do.
No, that's a great point of view. Like instead of thinking like, "Oh yeah, I want to beat everybody else," it's like, well, like I'd like to do better at this. Compared to how I was in the past.
Exactly. I mean,
that's a self-improvement track. That's not comparative. And can get you to be really good at things.
It's like compared to yourself yesterday, or even like our version of our ago version of you. Are you better now? And if the answer is yes, well then you are better. Try to.
I think that's a pretty good perspective to take.
Because I mean,
and it can make you like world class in things. If
it's like keep at it. Exactly. I mean, if you try to compare yourself against others, I mean, the comparison never ends. And to be honest with you, that can become really toxic really fast. But it's like if you compare to yourself, self-improvement, you can always do that, sure. But as long as you're not going backwards. Like regression may not be so great.
Or maybe one of those, what is that, third order ignorance ones when you realize you've gone backwards and you're willing to like correct it.
No. But the point
Like,
is
oh,
like
yeah,
if you
like
recognize the
that's
fact
true.
that you're going backwards, then you're actually making up for progress, right? Because you know, and then you can fix it.
Yeah, just being aware of it.
Yeah.
And maybe those are like those moments where, like, if there's a freshman, like, trying to go back to that little story kind of idea, is like, yeah, so maybe you're way better at the moment, but
Yeah.
you were that freshman too.
Yeah,
right,
like at one point in your life, I don't know when
Right.
exactly it was, but you know, you start with nothing. You're going on. I mean, everyone
Like,
has
what
to.
helps them, right? It's not like what helps you. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, this could be helpful.
Right.
to-
So
to-
it's like
right,
not
to get
having
them
the self-defeating sort of like like a sort of like a mechanism where you compare to others and you're broken because you're worse than them. I mean, that's very simplistic, but the point is, well, because instead of doing that, just compare to yourself and you'll be feeling better every day. I'm pretty sure. As long as you work on it. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think we're running out of clock. So
Man, I like when you have an interesting conversation, like 20 minutes get by so fast. So I think what I'm gonna do next time is when I have these calls, make it at least half an hour. Have a little bit of a break.
Okay.
Yeah, probably, because I mean 15 minutes is actually just not enough, right? So anyway, that's a
Yeah.
lesson learned for me. Yes. Yeah, cool.
Let's see here. So then, I guess for the whoever might be listening to this. So I think this is an important moment. Like, I was thinking about this for the contest. It's something I always think about for the contest. So very few teams in the end up promoting out of this to the next level. And so if that's your measurement of happiness or success, like, it's really tough to feel like that's.
Yeah. You're basically
That's a way
defeating
to
yourself.
proceed. So hopefully, like, for coaches that are listening to this, like, the idea of progress is much more valuable. And for a lot of teams, maybe they're never going to progress to like a North America Championship level, but that doesn't mean it's not successful for them. For an experience that helps them be part of a community, learn to be more algorithmic in their thinking, and be quicker, right, at developing code and evaluating ideas.
Yeah. I mean,
Those
like,
they carry all their life, whether they get to the next level of contest or not.
absolutely.
Think
I mean,
of
like,
all
the
these
point is, like,
values.
I mean, you're in the positive end of that, actually, because you went to the World Finals. I haven't been to the World Finals, but, at the end of the day, like, everybody thinks differently. But the way I think about it is, because I didn't go to the World Finals, I want to improve myself every day. And therefore, I have a goal in life, which is try to solve every question in ICPC. Well, that's a very hard, tall order, but I mean,
that's a big goal.
Impossible order, but like, let's try to refine. If I want to try as many problems as possible in ICPC, that's a crazy goal to set, because guess what? Every day there are some contests going on around the world.
That's how you, and that's a self-improvement goal.
Yeah. And that's how I kind of internalize this mission, which is because if I went to the World Finals, I probably would not even realize this as a fact, but I've never even been one. So therefore, the way I think about it is, well, you can self-improve every day. Try to converge to that ideal.
Right.
But anyway.
I guess, and it's also okay to just say, well, I'm good at these things.
Yeah, exactly. And at least I never give up,
that
right?
is valuable. Like, it's okay. Like,
it's okay.
I think another version of like a happiness kind of model is being reasonably content with where you are, if that's appropriate. Right?
Absolutely.
Like, you have.
And also, like, if you never give up, then you win. That's it. That's one
like,
measurement.
here's the things that I want to be good at, and I'm working towards those. And the world changes around you, so usually there's a churn that you have to keep ahead of anyways.
Absolutely.
Right?
And like, the point is, if you keep up and you stay on, then you'll win, because you'll make an improvement every day. Well, then it's a flow problem. Same thing, right? Like, you win, get towards the goal. Eventually, if it's finite, then it's gotta converge. No. Anyway.
So long term, like, what are some long term goals? I think community is like a really big one, right? That idea of the people that you make connections with.
Absolutely.
I'm just thinking about like the young people that are out there.
Yep.
Like that's pretty valuable, and maybe you don't appreciate that when you're young.
That's a significant, actually.
Like those people that you make connections to that hopefully you still are connected to like 15 years from now. Like that's and you have to appreciate that a lot of them will fall away. Like life happens and they go off and do their things.
Yep.
But if you never make those connections, they certainly will never happen and be long term.
Absolutely. Like the point is, the people that I guess at the time I thought was the worst enemy, now became the best friends because we are in a ICPC community together.
Okay,
Yeah,
and like, oh yeah, like, this is a good space for us.
Yeah. It's like a healthy competition back then becomes like the best friends now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And that, I guess I can see that. Like, if you were, I don't know if this is true for your situation, but you might have felt like you were, hard competitors and were competing against each other in the contests. But it's a contest, and
exactly.
that's okay.
Yeah.
To want to be better, it's an interesting self-improvement skill.
Absolutely.
I think it's a dangerous thing to label people as enemies in that space.
Oh, actually, one moment.
So you think about that one.
Yeah.
Like
so
in the end, like
Lydia
the
mentioned one
main
thing,
competitor
and
is yourself.
so the contest is
Right.
over, everyone.
Make yourself better.
So just take that, and then there will be the problem solution discussions coming soon. So please definitely stay tuned. But anyway, but I definitely agree with you, Warren. And next time I'll make sure to portion 30 minutes or more. For sure. And
all right, it was nice to chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And we'll definitely chat more when we go to NAC whenever. Maybe you can go Barlu or whatever, right? So right.
All good.
Yeah.
All right. You
Thank
take care.
Yeah. Have a good one. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. So everyone, thanks a lot for listening in so far. What will happen from now is transitioning onto solution discussions because the contest is over, and then we'll have a award ceremony display of North Central region coming soon in probably 20 minutes to 30 minutes from now. So at this point, I will have the mic off and have the music on, and then have a transition for about 20 minutes to 30-minute break. Yep. So I hope to see you all soon, and thanks a lot so far for listening to this, the ICPC live streaming of the Central Division, and I hope to see you all back next year. So thanks, everyone.
Yeah, sound is here. Yep. Nice.
just going quickly with the results and discussion. So first, the results. So this year, we are not going to play the resolver, but what you're going to do is, we want to congratulate a few teams. One is the best team from a small school. So we have said less than 4,700 students. That's a small school. And congratulations to Dort College. Their team, defenders, drop table contestants are the best team from a small school in our region. Okay? Let's give them they can't hear it, but okay.
All right, you guys, clap loud.
They can hear you. All right. So the next is best team from a medium school, which is deemed to be less than 15,000. And Michigan Technology University, MTU, yellow. So congratulations. And then we have first to solve problems. So these were the easy problems. And the problem K, Team Gryffindor solved first. I don't have the times here, but presumably 1 minute or something like that, right? So, oh, was it 4 minutes? And then expected flight was another one. University of Wisconsin-Madison, and these were deemed easy because a lot of teams solved them. So, and then the Lego Lovers Triangle and Team MTU Orange solved that first. And there were medium difficulty problems, and this was the F problem, guard invaders. And the team University of Minnesota 2 solved that first. And then the problem C, which was the big and University of Minnesota 1 solved that first. And then palindromic word search and Team Gryffindor, which had some magic with them, solved it first. And these were the harder problems. I don't think problem A got solved, right?
Might have to see the final result before that again.
Did problem A got solved? Jeff, are you here? Jeff is our chief judge, by the way. So he should know everything. Jeff? Well, Jeff is probably muted or probably trying to finalize the results. But anyway, at this point in time, I don't know whether anybody solved A. And then B was hard, and Minnesota 1 solved that. Oh, RD the Hungry Aardvark. Okay. I know that problem well. All right. I don't know if anybody solved L and G. And then D, Team Gryffindor solved first. And then, which was Enchanted Maze. And then Pillow Stacking. Team University of Minnesota 1, they solved the first. And next, we have, top teams by state. So Iowa, 69C024B, blah, blah, blah. They were number 1. Kansas, Team Bigo and Cube, University of Kansas, they're right here. Congratulations. And they're a team of freshmen. Good job. And Nebraska, this team open, they want to make my life hard. I can see that. Open, what users are out, right? Okay, and then right. Oh my God. You know, you can read. Nebraska, Lincoln, and then Minnesota, University of Minnesota 1. They are top team in Minnesota, South Dakota, SPF 100. All right. Nice name. North Dakota, Megaminds. All right. Wisconsin, Gryffindor. Very good. Michigan, MTU Yellow. And then Western Ontario, Canada, Mind Hack Zombies. And I think we have one more, right? And that is, oops.
Here.
All right, so it doesn't show up on my screen here, but it shows up on this screen here. It says Manitoba, Canada, University of Winnipeg 1. So round of applause to all these top teams.
We're clapping for everyone. We're clapping. We're clapping.
All right, all right. Good, good. Thank you, thank you. And I hope everyone in the region is clapping. All right, next. Drum roll. Teams advancing to nationals. And I am so these are the teams. Let me say, because I don't have Jeff's blessing yet. Jeff is the head coach again, for your information. So I don't have his blessings. So I'm going on a limb here and saying these are the teams which we are thinking are going to advance. Okay, so these are okay. Dot College. Wow. Small college plus this. Impressive. And then Iowa State University, 69C, blah, blah. Sorry, Iowa State. And then Team Gryffindor is University of Wisconsin-Madison, and Team University of Minnesota won University of Minnesota. So these are the top teams that we and I think are going to advance. But like I said, I don't have the blessings of our chief judge yet, and I felt like we need to show you. So we'll leave it at that. What's the next slide? That's it. That's it. Okay, good. All right, so I think this is the last here. Now I'll hand it over to Christian. Christian, are you going to show the solutions? Going over the solutions, Christian? I can hear you pretty good.
Your audio's great.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Where are the slide deck? Perfect. Can you do that quick? Waiting. On the chat, where did you do it? Okay. Oh, okay. So I just show the PDF. Okay, got it. You are welcome. Okay, so have I stopped sharing?
Yes, you have.
Sorry. I'm glad I stopped though. What is it doing? All of you can see my screen? Yes?
Yes.
All right, so let's go. So can you all hear it?
No, very low.
Okay. All right. Christian, you have to speak a bit loud, okay? How about now?
Broadcast can't hear you, Christian.
Can you hear okay? No? Hey, come on. I need to figure out how to make them hear you.
We can hear you
It's
just fine,
utility speaker sound.
Can you hear? Say it again.
We can hear you.
All right, so we will go forward. Are we recording this, by the way? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, let's go forward. Okay, I'm going to next slide. You tell me what speed to go at.
Sorry. if we do this, then maybe it's gonna work. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait. I think I. Yeah. Give me just a brief moment. Yeah. Should be fine now. Okay. So let's go. Yeah, I'm ready. All right. So hi everyone. I'm I guess helping out in the North Central. So the credits go to Jeff Iflin. I don't know whether you're in here, but you'll be in the broadcast, so you can watch it later. So Jeff is a chief judge. Simanto Mitra, of course, he is a RCD, and Chuck Riddlesell or Charles Riddlesell, he's a deputy RCD, and myself. So I guess from the North Central, those are the people to give credit for. Yeah, next slide, please, Simanto. Great, thank you. And then the rest, Howard, Ian, Zachary, Larry, and Josh. Oh, question from the audience? I saw the hand raised, actually. Anyone? I think it was Susan. Do you have a question, or are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's go. I guess, I don't know whether it would make sense to go through all the questions or whether we have to. It might be better to get volunteers, but Samantha, do you have a idea on what might be the best way to handle? Because it might take like about 30 minutes to 1 hour if I were to go through this like one by one. So
well, we can go through easy problems really quick.
Sure.
This is the problem most people did not get.
Yeah. So we can skip this one.
You want to skip this or explain this?
Yeah, skip. Because we haven't actually. Because it's a problem that I guess not everyone. Most people didn't get, so we can skip this one. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we can let them practice with it at home.
Yep, and then the Hungry Aardvark. Next one. Yeah, Hungry Aardvark. I think the Simanto and Chuck, you guys know this problem the best. Would you like to explain? I think Simanto actually prepared the slide, so.
Well, Chuck, you want to go with it?
Okay, well, we have this aardvark that showed up in a pet shop and was very hungry and saw this ant farm, all two-dimensional. Hey, if you've ever seen one of those. So she wants to figure out what paths to follow to be able to get as many ants as she can reach with her 30-centimeter long tongue. Now, she's allowed so much time, so many probes of the tongue to be able to get there. Now, if all you're doing is getting one probe, then you simply find, hey, you try all possible paths and maximize the number of ants that she can get. Now, interestingly, as you allow more probes, you have to be careful that some of the probes may overlap, so some of the ants might have gotten eaten with an earlier probe. So after each probe, say after the first one, which is the maximum, then you have to recalculate and see what the remaining paths will generate for you. Then grab all the ants you can from that regenerated set. And then if there is still allowed for another one or two probes, do the same thing again. Just recalculate and add one more. It's interesting that a greedy approach does the trick. The first path and then recalculate, get the second, recalculate, get the third, that kind of thing. That's it.
Great. So thanks a lot, Chuck.
Thanks, Chuck, and all of you. You heard Chuck Riddlesell, and he is the master problem setter for our region. Okay, he's the guy who dreams up problems and comes up with these things. Okay, so give him a round of applause all over the region. Thank you, Chuck.
Yeah, I guess I did 5 of them this time.
Ooh, okay. The next one up is Big End. Yeah, and I guess on this problem, sufficiently many people actually solve this question. So, does anyone in the audience want to go through this question? Is that a good idea, do you think, Simanto, or should I go through them? Either way, I think it's
You just go through that. Yeah.
Sure. So in this problem, the problem statement is given Boolean inputs with switching delays and AND gates that have a switching delay of D. You'd like to create a circuit to minimize maximum delay between when an input source changes and when the output of the circuit changes. So, in this problem, it turns out the greedy actually works fine. And so what you have to do is, like at the end of the day, use a heap or, things like a similar data structure like that one to, solve this one. So no problem. So that was the big end. And then Enchanted Maze.
Hey.
Yeah?
You're okay with this problem?
Oh.
Okay.
Cool. I mean, because a lot of teams actually solve this, so I think it's not an issue.
All right.
Then Enchanted Maze is solved by one team, so maybe it's a good problem to skip. Unless, Simanto, you want to go through them?
Skip it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Well, people want to hear the answer.
Yeah.
I have people who want the answer.
Yeah, I mean, you see the slide deck, right? I mean, I did solve them. So at the end of the day, it's a breadth first search on a state graph, right? And then all you really have to think about carefully is how to represent the configuration as a state graph. And I think the slide deck is actually created by Chuck, if I'm not mistaken. So Chuck, would you like to elaborate on the solution?
I didn't. You're still showing the Enchanted Maze. I did not do that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember who was the boss for this problem, but it comes out to creating the state graph and on it using a breadth first search to solve it. So that's the quick summary of Enchanted Maze. The next one up, expected flight delay. It was seems like 49 teams solved it at the end. So it's not crazy question. And at the end of the day, the task here is to help Grace determine the best way to schedule her flight. And of course, this is dependent on the importance of getting to her meeting and the probability of successful flight. And then the idea is that if a flight fails one day, she can try again the next day, and then you can do this. You can keep trying this throughout the week. And so solution for this problem. So next slide, Samantha. Cool. So this one is supposed to be easier end of the question, and it turns out to be that. So I'm glad that was the case. Most of the math is actually trying to figure out the probability at the end of the day. The solution is straightforward. All you really have to do is iterate through the days until the chance of arriving on time with the given importance factor. And you just iterate them, calculate the probability, and if it goes up, it goes, you meet the importance factor, they are done. So does it make sense to everyone in the audience? I cannot see the audience here too well. So Simanto, how does it look?
All of them are saying okay.
Oh.
At our I don't know, at our side. I don't know what the other sides.
How are the other sides doing so far? All good? If you are in a good state, maybe thumbs up, please, so that I know. If there is any issue with some sites, then this will be a great time to, I guess, pose questions. But if not, then we'll go through the rest. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I see some thumbs up, so let's continue. And the next question in line is guard evaders. I think this is a potentially okay question at the end of the day. And then some quoted that this being the very, one of the best questions. And this is actually Chuck's problem, right? Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. So would you like to go over the solution for this one?
Okay. Well, first of all, a quick description of it. It runs kind of like Rover Red Rover. You got a team of players trying to run through a line of guards. The guards initially facing forward or to the left or to the right. A player makes it past the line of guards if neither guard that is directly adjacent to his path is facing him. However, those guards do respond to face that direction in case another player tries the same path. There are a given number G of guards and a given number P of players. With optimal strategy, is it possible for all the players to get through the line of guards? So, next slide. Okay. Interestingly, you can think of this as a simple graph problem. You're finding a path. But a suggestion from Jeff was that, hey, we can model this as finite state machine, with each state being a string representing the directions the guards may be facing at any one time, such as FFFL, which means the first three are facing forward and the other one is facing left. The input being a sequence of possible trajectories the runner might take into the line of guards. Basically, the two guards that the runner is going to get between. And then the transition being the state of change when the trajectory of a runner successfully gets through the line. Hey, if he doesn't get through the line, that's the end of the game. That's it. So when he gets through, how does the line of guards change because of that? Okay, next slide. So a transition to a distinct holding fail state occurs when the runner is stopped by a guard, as hinted at, as I already hinted at. A success state is any other state, so when the input is exhausted without halting at the fail state, the input will have succeeded. So suppose the opening configuration is FFFL. This configuration would have a transition to FRLL by having the first runner aim between the two middle guards. The two middle guards were originally facing forward, so now the two facing forward in the middle are now looking right and left, exact with the runner going right between them, having gone right between them. And from there, hey, you can use depth, breadth first search, and effectively a sequence or a path of P transitions from the start state without failing implies that all runners can make it through the finite state machine. There you go. So that might not be for a freshman, but by the time that you learn about finite state machines and handling them, there you have it. Okay, next
Great.
slide.
So yeah, I guess the jigsaw puzzle was actually not solved by anyone. So let's skip ahead to the Lego Lover's Triangle. And one thing I'll definitely do, by the way, is I'll actually fill in the first solve and then sort them in the difficulty. So when you actually see this shared in the I guess the website, you'll see them in the sorted order difficulty. Yep. Okay. All right. So that being said, jigsaw puzzle. No, that's skipped. And Lego Lover's Triangle. This is actually the Chuck's problem. So yeah, let's do that.
Okay, triangular wall of bricks is to be built, designed as a right triangle, standard staggered layers using half bricks to fill in the vertical side as needed, and the bricks on the hypotenuse are sawn into shape. And as pointed out, sawn, is that a correct word? British English, yes. American English, that would be sawed into shape. So anyway, a little bit of trivia there. There are generally 4 configurations to consider, generally, depending on the number of rows, number of columns, since the height, which we measure in the layer bricks, and the length, counted in half bricks, are interchangeable. So it could be like a 4x8 or 8x4, and the base layer could begin with either a half or a full brick. So you got to check all 4 possibilities and then find the best of the max of those 4. And your task is to determine the maximum number of bricks that you could use in the wall that do not have to be sawed. Okay, next slide. So the idea is to run the computation for each possible configuration. Okay, basically said that. Each computation involves finding the expression for the hypotenuse, which is basically a ratio of the height to width, and applying that to each layer of bricks. So determine which brick the hypotenuse enters from the top of a layer, compensating for whether that layer begins with a full or half brick. Now, in practice, that's a little bit tricky, but hey, you can do it. You add up the number of whole bricks layer by layer, and hey, the trickiest aspect is probably the need to work with integer arithmetic, doing appropriate ceilings, floors, that kind of thing. But all you do is row by row, add it up. It's
great. And palindromic word search This is solved by 7 teams. So from that, you can tell it's a trickier side of the question. And then this one is also the invention of Chuck. So yeah, go ahead.
However, yeah, the story was mine, and then this was developed further by someone over in the Rocky Mountains. So the idea, given an R by C grid, not a GERD, of characters, find the maximum area rectangular subgrid that has a palindromic row and a palindromic column. So, in other words, forward, reverse, and one question came up during the contest about what if you have a 1 by 1 or 1 by something. And yes, a 1 is a palindrome. Reverse is the same? Yes. So the solution equivalent to computing for each grid cell, what are the longest horizontal and longest vertical palindromes that span? So it just takes some checking. So for each grid cell and each space between them, we compute the longest horizontal palindrome centered there in order C time and update the longest horizontal palindrome information for the cells it spans. The same for the columns. So the running time, hey, is reasonable, as you can see. Faster as possible, not required. We were mainly interested in, hey, can you do it? Okay.
All right, and the pillow stacking is a problem solved by 4 teams. Although, I think that if you understand the nature of this problem, once you see the one trick, then it won't be too bad. So it's a problem where given a set of possible pillow softness levels and a desired softness level C, determine if you can choose K pillows with softness levels CIs, such that C is equal to, just like a falling, like a CI by 2 to the I, right? -1. And so we can think about doing this question using dynamic programming, but it turns out that's a little bit too slow. So you can actually go to the next slide. Samantha? Yep, thank you. So the issue, the key trick here is that after log of max CI rounds, you realize that all pillows have softness level 1. So, what do you actually have to do? Well, after you realize this trick, just simulate. And, if basically f of the log comma C is true for any C less than or equal to C, the answer is yes. Yeah, so this is the key trick. And the trick is there's a log falling factor. So once you recognize that, it turns out it's actually simple enough problem to solve. But this, without this observation, this problem actually is a very easily, time limit exceeded type of problem. Yeah. Okay. And the last problem, although space elevator is there, but that problem is actually not solved by anyone, so we'll skip that one. Is sauna. And in this one, a given list of ranges AI, BI, you'd like to find the integer values that are all that are in all of the ranges, right? So, well, this is actually, I would say, one of the simplest questions, along with, I mean, this might actually be one of the simple questions there is. So what do you have to do? Well, this problem reduces to finding an intersection of set of ranges. So what you can do is, well, you let L be the max of all the AIs, R be the mean of all the BIs. If L is greater than R, the intersection is empty. Otherwise, the number of integers in the range is R minus L plus 1. The key is to add +1 because it's inclusive in both ranges. And R is the minimum value contained in all input ranges. And when you do that, this problem actually is fairly, simplest one. And then most teams that attended this discussion actually got it right. So this was probably the easiest one. And I'll make sure to sort the questions, as I mentioned, so that it's sorted by difficulty. And I think the next question in this slide is actually a space elevator, but that one is not solved by anyone. So you can take a look at the slide once it's posted, but we'll skip this question. So what I've done is basically we went through all the questions except the ones that are tricky. So there are about 5 questions or 6 that we skipped to make sure that we don't, well, first of all, talk about it in too lengthy presentation, and also to make sure that you guys can think about some of those questions on your own prior to actually revealing the entire solutions. Yeah. So with that being said, without further ado, I'd like to thank Chuck Ridasol and Jeff Ifland for having a great, awesome opportunity to do the problem setting together, and all the bosses and from the Rocky Mountain who contributed to creating this slide deck as well as the problems themselves. So I guess without further ado, I'll give a mic back to Simanto.
Thank you, Chuck. Not Chuck, Christian. And
Chuck
thank
too,
you,
right?
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So, anybody has any questions?
I would encourage people to take a look at the solutions for the ones that were not solved and the harder ones. And in particular, the jigsaw puzzle is a relatively easy problem. Look at it very carefully. You don't have to solve the whole thing. Look at those 3 criteria. Could have been quick.
All right, so congratulations everyone who participated. Thank you so much. Thank you all the site directors. Thank you everyone who volunteered. Thank you. All right, let's stop here. Have a good rest of the weekend.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all.